You're not setting anything up.
No.
Got no one.
No. Certainly not. Well, not unless, if they do, I'll do it.
Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield. However, you must remain off the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field.
You're going to go out and tell them. Get off the square! A little bit.
Kate, imagine you're playing at Derby.
Well, Caleb, thanks for joining me. A couple of games in now so far into your Derbyshire career. How have you found settling in and being with the lads?
Yeah, had a great time. It obviously helps when we win the first game, and then went down to Leicester and got some good bonus points out of that draw. The lads they're a great bunch of guys, very welcoming, and Mickey's been great as well, and the other coaches. So yeah, I've had a great time to date.
It's been a good start for yourself so far. 4 back-to-back half centuries. Maybe slightly disappointed that you've not converted one so far.
Yeah, a little bit. I got a few messages from a few of my mates back at home, sort of asking what's going on. They think I'm scared of getting 100. So, I mean, it's a good problem to have, I guess. I would have taken, I guess, my personal performance at the start of the trip. So yeah, hopefully I can convert one of them soon.
Yeah. So far got an average of 89 and also strike rate of 89, kind of shown supporters of Derbyshire but also oppositions how you're going to go and play your game. Is that kind of been the message from Mickey, kind of just go out and throw that first punch?
Yeah, that's something that he's very big on, is throwing the first punch, and I think that's probably something that sort of suits how I like to go about it as well. And I've probably only just really come to the realisation that's probably how I play my best cricket anyway, so sort of the timing of me and Mickey coming together has sort of worked out pretty well so far.
Yeah, it's been some innings of real quality and eye-catching shots, really. Kind of your debut here, race to 50, and it looked like you might be making 100 in no time, but your 50s have been rapid, and it's really kind of helped and set the stall out for the team moving forward, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to sort of set the tone, especially at the top of the order in any format, really. I mean, you'd have to ask the other guys, but I think it can breed a bit of confidence in the rest of the order when you can see the ball sort of flying to the pickets instead of playing and missing quite a bit. But I mean, saying that, it's only been 2 games, so it could turn very quickly, and I'm aware of that. So I'll keep trying to throw the punch, and yeah, hopefully they can keep landing.
Playing Northamptonshire tomorrow after they had a loss and then a potential beating Lancashire last game, so they'll be a tough opposition, we expect.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no easy opposition in first class cricket anyway, but I know Liam Guthrie very well from playing against him in Australia. He's had my number quite a few times, so I mean that's a challenge in itself. But yeah, I don't know too much about them, but I'm sure Darren Lehman would have got them going in the right direction. So yeah, it'll be a good game.
Yeah, I was actually going to come on to that. Two Australians in their ranks, in Darren Lehman as head coach and then Liam Guthrie. Have you had many dealings with them in the past and kind of know what they'll
I've played against Liam quite a bit, sort of similar age as well. So through, I guess, underage cricket and then sort of both coming in to professional cricket at the same time. I haven't had a whole heap to do with Darren Lehman, but he's been around the Brisbane heat quite a bit when I've been at the Hurricanes. So yeah, we've crossed paths a couple of times, but nothing major.
No, can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything? Can you hear me? Oh, well, that's bad because I can't hear myself. Oh, I'll tell you why. That's why. There we go. Hello. Who said I was incompetent? How very dare you? Good morning and welcome to Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire here at the County Ground with the sun trying to peep through. Third round of matches. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby and Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton. Morning, Andrew.
Morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. And the sun's trying to come out as well.
Yes.
Which is
Yeah, don't mind that.
well, it's what I'm always expect here in Derby. I have to say we have got the absolute ideal commentary position here.
Yes.
We couldn't be more behind the arm if we tried.
It always worries me that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any movement?
No excuses is what
No,
I was
well,
thinking.
that's true.
I don't like having no excuses. I like to have a full list available to me. The news is that Northamptonshire won the toss, decided, as everybody has thus far this season, to bowl first.
Liam Guthrie.
And you probably heard that in the background as well, that Liam Guthrie is going to kick things off on this Good Friday. Sprinkling, I know there are a lot of alternative attractions. There's one not too far away, starting at 12:30 at Pride Park, which I know a lot of people are very, very interested in. So I understand. Yeah, we'll take your absence as read, but make sure you're here on time tomorrow, is all I would say. Derbyshire unchanged from the draw with Leicestershire. I was going to say 7 days ago. That's football speak. Earlier this week.
And here's Guthrie then, left arm over the wicket to bowl the first ball of the match and hits Lloyd on the pad and he's out. First ball, is he? No, he's not. Not out, says umpire Bailey. Had a little twitch there of the right hand, and I thought, ooh, is he going to give it? But he's not. It looked a decent shout. The only thing I can think of is that David Lloyd might just have got himself outside the line, looking at that. But it swung back in, and we saw in the previous match at Old Trafford that Liam Guthrie can swing the ball back into the right-hander, because he did Michael Jones in the first over of the second innings up at Old Trafford in almost identical fashion.
He's been having a torrid time as well as David Lloyd.
Yeah, 42 runs in 4 innings so far. 3 slips in place as Guthrie is in again, bowls, and this time it's back of a length, and Lloyd's able to play it up to mid-on, where the Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor fields. Just one change for Northamptonshire, with Dom Leach coming in place of Rafi Weatherall, very much flagged up by head coach Darren Lehman. After the game at Old Trafford, I think they felt that Rafi Weatherall had to bowl a fair number of overs, bearing in mind he's just coming back after a back problem, and he's in a position to rotate his seamers. Here's Guthrie in bowls, turned away crisply by David Lloyd, but straight to Justin Broad at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Besides which, I think I'm right in saying that Rafi Weatherall's heading back to university soon, back to Exeter University.
Oh, my commiserations.
It's that time again. I know that my son and heir will be getting ready to head back up in the opposite direction up to Durham very soon.
Can't get further apart, those two, then, can they, really?
No. Not. Here's Guthrie with milky sunshine, and again it shapes back in towards Lloyd, who's playing that defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, George Bartlett, James Sales, Saif Zabe, Rob Keogh, Lewis McManus, Justin Broad, Calvin Harrison in the second and final match of his loan spell from Nottinghamshire after taking 11 wickets up at Old Trafford. Liam Guthrie and Dom Leach. No Ben Sanderson in the side, still not fit, although he was doing the throwdowns this morning. Here's Guthrie in bowls, and on the back foot goes Lloyd, playing that defensively back down the pitch, no run. And for Derbyshire, David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell opening the batting, and Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen, the captain, Brooke Guest, Lewis Rees, Sanuj Dahl, Martin Anderson, Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner and Jack Morley, same side that drew against Leicestershire last time out. Forecast for later in the day, depending who you listen to, it's either going to hose down or it's going to be fine, so we'll just wait and see. But the sun is now fully out here at Derby as Guthrie is in, bowls and again shapes that back into Lloyd, but he clips it away out through mid-wicket. There's a chase for Justin Broad, and he and Derbyshire are underway with a couple of runs. That's the last ball of the first over, so having survived big confident shout for LBW off the first ball, Lloyd is away with a couple of runs. Derbyshire put into bat 2 for no wicket after the first over. And it's going to be Proctor, Northamptonshire's captain, who again looks very much as though he's going to be opening the batting and opening the bowling in this game. Did so in the second innings, opened the bowling against Kent, and did so up at Old Trafford, but couldn't bowl on the last day after doing a bit of fielding with his boot up at Old Trafford. Ball was driven back at him, hit him on the boot and bruised his foot. He wasn't able to bowl on the last day, but was assured that he was okay, and he's running into bowl now. First ball to the left-handed Caleb Jewell, who's just squared up a little bit by that one. Pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. James Sales is at first slip. Ricardo Vasconcelos at second. Calvin Harrison at third. George Bartlett in the floppy white sun hat is at backward point. And Zabe at extra cover. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Jewell down the leg side. Shapes to try and turn it away. Doesn't get anything on it. McManus takes behind the stumps. So
he wasn't far from getting something on that, though, was he?
no, he wasn't. Luke Proctor was saying, opening the batting, opening the bowling. It's in club cricket, as we would say, you know, he's getting his money's worth. But
I think he's washed the kit beautifully as well.
Here's Proctor running in towards us and bowls to Jewell, who plays it solidly back down the pitch, and there's no run. Caleb Jewell, having made past half-century in every one of his 4 innings so far, 61 and 51 not out against Gloucestershire, 83 and 73 against Leicestershire. So in a spot of nick, averaging just a hair under 90 at this stage. Is Proctor in bowls to him and turned away down to long leg. So he's off the mark, fielded down there by Liam Guthrie, immediately down to our right. So Caleb Jewell is up and running, 1 to him, and Derbyshire 3 for no wicket. It's the third round, of course, of County Championship matches over the Easter weekend. I must admit, I don't know about you, Fletcher, I haven't actually quite come to terms with the fact that this is Easter weekend. It hasn't really registered. But,
well, I'm still struggling with days of the week, so yeah. I did do a programme on Tuesday night from Chesterfield Football Club and welcomed everybody to Wednesday's sports scene at 6.
Proctor in and bowls to Lloyd. That is down the leg side. Now, I'm not sure if he's got any bat on that. It's running down towards the boundary. It's going to be intercepted by Liam Guthrie, and they come back for 2, and I think it's going to be signalled as leg byes. It is. By umpire Anthony Harris at the far end. Been on the panel for, this is his 3rd year, I think. Maybe 4th, 2022, I think. Born in Durban. And very, very familiar figure to both these counties of Rob Bailey. That square leg. More runs for Northamptonshire across all formats than anyone else. Here's Proctor in bowls. Lovely straight drive by Lloyd for 4. That's a handsome stroke. Drives it straight back past Proctor, who, well, once bitten, twice shy, was trying to intercept it with his boot, which, in view of what happened at Old Trafford, which put him out of bowling on the last day, might not have been a great idea anyway. On this occasion, he couldn't get anything on it. Races away for 4, takes David Lloyd to 6, and at the end of the second over, Derbyshire 7 without loss.
You can get in touch with us in the usual way. Old Man Rad something.
Old Man, yes, at Old Man Rad.
Yes.
Will do nicely.
Yes, on the old X. Fletch Sport. You can email me at fletchcricket@gmail.com if you wish. Anthony House from Hena. Big test about first, given the weather. Those clouds of existentialist despair bubbling up from Pride Park at lunchtime won't help. Let's hope the refreshing grit shown on day 4 of the last match makes another appearance as Guthrie begins a new over, and that's off an edge down to 3rd man. He drove at it. The bat was a bit away from his body there, Caleb Jewell, but he has picked up 4 runs. Derbyshire conceded 118 runs through the vacant third-man area in the first innings at Leicester. 118. Anyway, let's not dwell too much on that. Kirk Jones as well on X sent me a message saying Lloyd looked plumb first ball unless Rob Bailey thought it got a nick on it. It certainly did look close. I haven't seen a replay, so Rob Bailey knows what he's doing. He's been doing it a while, and I fully trust him. 13 without loss, although the big scoreboard says 11. As Guthrie is into Jewell again. He's got a bit of swing there going, a bit of a way swing, but it started a bit too early and it was pretty much out of the hand rather than later on, so it was left alone by Jewell.
The power you wield here, Fletch, is remarkable. Because as soon as you said the board is only saying 11, that very instant it ticked up to 13. Yes. So
they worked independently of each other, and I think there is a slight issue with the board at the moment because that middle bit where it says overs looks like it's rebooting or something.
Oh yes.
The other 8 is -0 as Guthrie bowls. That one again just swings away a touch and it's left alone by the Tasmanian, who's been in that sparkling form that was mentioned. If he manages to get another half century in this first innings, and he's some way off it at the moment, clearly, he will join Shan Masood as the only player to have got 5 successive half centuries in his first 5 matches, although Shan Masood included at least 1 double century in that. Jewell yet to go to 3 figures. 3 slips and a gully wait as this next one from Guthrie is also left alone. They got a bit more excited than they needed to do there, the slip cordon. As the ball went through to Lewis McManus.
Well, you have to make your own enjoyment, don't you?
At times.
Yes.
At times. We're all very excited by the hover cover that we've got now at Derby. Unfortunately, it makes quite a big mark around the pitch where it's been resting. The sort of grass has started to die underneath it. It'll be all right, I would imagine, even by this afternoon, but the bright green surround to the pitch is very peculiar as Guthrie bowls. That's a straighter delivery and it's turned into the leg side. Comfortably enough by Caleb Jewell. Safe does the fielding at mid-wicket.
There's one thing about hover covers, you can always guarantee that they will be employed at the very moment you switch on the microphone to do a post-match interview
and it is
on the
parked
outfield.
Immediately below us today. It was out on the outfield to our right in the first game, but of course there's no space there. 2 stands that previously hadn't been open are open today as Guthrie bowls, and he goes back this time, does Jewell. Sort of fiddles at it a little bit, ball goes out to backward point. And there's no run, 13 without loss after 3 overs. So the new stand, which we can't see from here away to the left of the media centre, the 900-seat new stand, we can't see it, so I assume there are people in it. And the stand that it's replaced is now square of the wicket by the old scoreboard. They put that there. There's a few people in that, so
well, it's very colourful.
More seats.
The new stand.
It's good, isn't it?
Sort of candy stripe.
Yeah,
it's very attractive.
Yeah, it's nice. Watch them building it during the friendlies.
Here's Proctor running into bowl wide outside the off stump, left alone by David Lloyd. Watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus. George Bartlett, as he was on the first day at Old Trafford, the only Northamptonshire fielder not wearing a Northamptonshire cap at the moment, apart from Luke Proctor, of course, who's bowling. I don't know whether it's a superstition or something, his first day in the field, that he has to wear the floppy white, but he then donned the Northamptonshire cap later in the game, driven handsomely by Lloyd through cover for 4. It's a long half volley from Luke Proctor and punished by David Lloyd, who goes into double figures, 10 to him off 10 deliveries, 17 for no wicket Derbyshire. Bright start on a bright morning here at the county ground in Derby. Things are looking up, Fletch, because it only took me 1 abortive go round the Pentagon
Island
before I actually found the right exit to get off this morning, which is an improvement on past efforts.
It wouldn't have been busy this morning, though, would
It
it?
wasn't particularly,
No.
but there's no excuse. Here's Proctor in bowls, and he'd gone through Lloyd with a little jaffa. In good comeback from Proctor after the half volley the ball before. That was a beauty. It just shaped away out just outside the line of off stump, and Lloyd beaten. Has a word with Caleb Jewell. Proctor's bowling figures this year for Northamptonshire don't in any way, I think, reflect how well he's bowled. His Proctor in again, bowls and brings Lloyd forward. A little bit of baton inside edge onto the pad, rolls up towards Zabe at mid-wicket. His figures, 1 wicket at 80, but he's bowled tidily. He bowled a superb spell in the first innings against Kent. Did everything except get a nick. So this goes to show that stats can occasionally be very misleading. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd is solidly forward, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, those of you who don't know the ground, it's on a large roundabout, the main entrance to the ground, and I'm sure Fletch every time gets off at the right
Never failed.
exit, but it takes me a day or two to get used to it, but I'll get there, don't worry. I'm sure you weren't. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and Lloyd having a flash at that. Doesn't make contact. Taken by Lewis McManus in front of James Sales at first slip. 17 for no wicket it is. Lloyd is 10. And Caleb Jewell on 5. Derbyshire batting first after being put into bat by Luke Proctor, to the surprise of absolutely no one.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I didn't mean to check before I started that particular sentence, but Leicestershire, Middlesex and Kent all chose to bowl first as well in their respective games against Lancashire, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire already lost their first wicket at Canterbury. They're 6 for 1. Here is Liam Guthrie then to continue from the racecourse end into bowl to Caleb Jewell, who pushes this one out into the offside. Luke Proctor, the skipper, is fielding at cover, and there is no run.
You can tell how well placed we are here, because the Northamptonshire batting coach Greg Smith has positioned himself in the box next to us.
Yes.
Just to
Well, that would be
look down
your
the line.
update box, of course.
Yes, but that's fine. But we can accommodate that later.
I think so. I think so. No, it's a great view. It's a great view. As Guthrie is in once again, that one swings onto the pads of Caleb Jewell, and he clips it away into the leg side for a single, as it's fielded there by Rob Keogh. Jewell moves on to 6-18 without loss. Everybody in the first division, incidentally, also, having won the toss,
Really.
decided that they would have a bowl first. So nobody has bucked the trend, unsurprisingly. Derbyshire have made a particularly good start to the season. Already won as many games as they had in the previous 2 seasons combined by winning their opener. And the consensus was that teams of the last few seasons might have lost at Leicester, as Guthrie bowls to Lloyd, who flicks this away down to long leg for a single. Is that Dom Leach down there, I think?
Yes.
19 without loss. So good spirit shown in game 2, and a pretty good performance all round really in game 1. Just to cheer everybody after 2 tricky seasons, I think it's fair to say. Mickey Arthur signed another extension to his contract in the winter. It was met with mixed reviews from the supporters. As Guthrie's next delivery is driven for 4 by Caleb Jewell. That's a bit more like Caleb Jewell. Out towards the cover boundary. He likes to get on with it. He's moved on to 10, 23 without loss. It's threatening to be a decent enough start.
Yes, we were watching up at Old Trafford and obviously following all the other games, and that innings was it against Leicestershire when he just went off like not just like a train, but like a bullet train.
That's
and,
pretty much how he's gone.
Yeah. Well, he's already obliged Luke Proctor to make a change in the field. He's gone from 3 slips and a gully to 2 slips and a gully, and reinforced the the cover region.
James seems a bit early to do that, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
A couple of boundaries, but
You'd think you actually want to get him driving. But
yes. Watch him stick it between second slip and gully. Here's Guthrie in again, and that one is played out into the offside, and the removal of the slip has paid dividends because it's been fielded there by Justin Broad. But not completely complete confidence. As he tiptoed backwards, having picked the ball up. Did well to bend down, in fairness. I would never criticise anybody. My ability to bend down has diminished over the years. 23 without loss. Final ball of the 5th over. Guthrie is in, and that one is driven very nicely, but well stopped by Proctor. Moving to his left at mid-off and denying Caleb Jewell what would have been his 3rd boundary. 23 without loss after 5. 11 to Lloyd, 10 to Jewell. Found at Leicester that after about 25, 30 overs, when the new ball wasn't as new as it had been, not much happened.
no.
Which was disappointing.
This was rather what happened at Old Trafford, and the what was the biggest talking point, I think, over the 4 days was why Keaton Jennings and Dale Benkenstein decided to bowl first. Because particularly from Northampton's point of view, with the leg spinner in there, what they wanted to do was bat first and get a lot of runs on the board. And they were given that opportunity to, having lost the toss, and proceeded to pile up 496. As Proctor in bowls and hits Lloyd on the pad. Appeal for LBW out, says umpire Lewis. Proctor, who, as I say, has only picked up 1 wicket in the first 2 games before that. He's bowled better than those figures would suggest, and he's struck early here with the new ball. Lloyd pushing half forward, just nipped back in, and umpire Harris deciding that that was in front, so out. David Lloyd has to go. He goes for 11. LBW to Proctor and Derbyshire, 23 for 1.
His poor run continues, I'm afraid. David Lloyd at the start of this season is having a terrible time. Can't buy a run. And it's apposite that Nick had sent me an email saying, I know it's early in the season, but do you think Mitch Wagstaff ought to have been selected for this game, given his excellent knocks recently, perhaps at the expense of David Lloyd, so he could try to build his confidence with the second 11. I'm not sure how close we are to that, in all honesty, Nick, but at the moment, Harry Kame, who did do a lot of opening last season anyway, is not quite opening, but not far off, which is not ideal.
No, well, it was a lot of discussion, obviously, about Northampton's top order after the first game against Kent, when in the second innings they crumbled to 114 all out, which was very disappointing after the bowlers had dismissed Kent in a session. But Darren Lehman, the head coach, making it very plain that he expected the batters who, if you like, got them into that state of affairs to get them out of it. And he said, you know, we think these are the best players, and we expect them to prove it. And they responded to that, as I say, at Old Trafford by making Northampton's highest ever total, championship total at Old Trafford, 496, with 5 players going past 50 for the first time for 6 years in a championship match. New batter is Harry
Pushed
Kane.
hard, though, didn't they? Pushed hard.
They did. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Kane outside the off stump. He leaves it alone. Yes, I mean, I remember being asked in one of the 2 ways for BBC Radio Northampton, was it disappointing? And the short answer was no, because if on the last day Northamptonshire bowled poorly or they dropped catches or whatever, you'd have said, you know, okay, that is frustrating, disappointing. But they didn't. They on a very, very placid surface, they tried everything they could to win the game. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Kane, drives off the inner portion of the bat out to Zabe at mid-wicket, and there's no run. They needed to take 8 wickets on the last day. They took 7, all of them to the leg spinner, or 6 of them rather to the leg spinner, Calvin Harrison, who finished up with 7 in the innings. There's Proctor in and bowls to Kane, who's pushing forward, running it down to Bartlett at backward point, and there's no run. So, you know, in a sense, you can't. if you'd have offered, I think, if you'd have offered Northamptonshire 15 points going up to Old Trafford, I think on a ground where they have a not particularly distinguished record, particularly having not won there for 26 years, I think they probably would have snapped your hand off for that. And it was a good performance. It's just lifted morale a good deal, I think, is Proctor in bowls and just has Harry Kame on the back foot, again running it down to Bartlett at backward point, and there's no run. Northamptonshire certainly seem to have a few of the younger batters in the seconds. Talking over with Quentin Jones, who's scoring this game, has been with the seconds the early part of the season, talking about the likes of Adi Sharma and Jordan Stradham. And Krish Patel, there's Proctor in bowls and came right across his stumps, playing it out to save Zabe at mid-wicket. End of a successful over for Luke Proctor. 3 overs, 1 for 9, and Derbyshire 23 for 1. Caleb Jewell is 10. Harry Kame yet to get off the mark.
Kirk's been back. He said Lloyd's LBW looked less out than the first one. Yeah, somebody just suggested to me it might have been a bit high, but he didn't get very far forward, David Lloyd. And when your luck's not in, when you're in a bad trot, that's generally what happens to you. I think he's got 53 runs now for the season, which clearly isn't many. And 40 of those have come by way of boundary. Harry Kame, who batted nicely at Leicester, second time around, I think, as Guthrie begins a new over. I'm saying that one's left alone outside the off stump. I've got no recollection of the second innings at all, or indeed most of the first, really.
It sounds like a gripping encounter.
Well, he was out for naught in the first innings. Here we are. Oh no, he made 8 the second time around. It was against Gloucestershire that he batted well. I remember now. He batted well somewhere. Here comes Guthrie. Once more past umpire Bailey, and back into his crease goes Jewell. Plays the ball into the ground, straight back towards the bowler. There is a no run. Both of our football teams on Radio Derby in action at lunchtime this Good Friday. Derby County at 12:30, Burton Albion at 1. I understand Derby County's 12:30 start because TV have moved it especially, but I've no idea why Exeter wanted to play Derby at 1 o'clock. Guthrie's next delivery's on leg stump and is turned into the leg side by Jewell.
Well, of course, the real reason for the early kick-off at Pride Park is the fact they didn't want to inconvenience me because I'm staying very close to there. So they
I think
clearly,
that was mentioned in the press release.
I'm quite sure
Yeah,
it would have been. Yeah, they clearly didn't want to cause me any undue inconvenience in getting back to out of or back to the hotel. So
it's another sellout. This is the final game of the season against Stoke. A week tomorrow. This next delivery from Guthrie is just guided into the offside by Caleb Jewell, fielded by Broad at cover. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off on the offside.
It's a big game of sport in our patch today because the Cobblers playing at Charlton Athletic this afternoon, and then tonight Northampton Saints away at Newcastle at Kingston Park in the Rugby Union Premiership. So there's a bit going on.
Cobbler's safe now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. As Guthrie is in and bowls to Jewell, who turns it to safe Zabe at mid-wicket. It's at one point Burton looked like they might be able to catch them up, but clearly that isn't going to be the case anymore. I wouldn't have thought unless something calamitous happens, which seems unlikely. It's between Burton Albion and Bristol Rovers for the final relegation place in League One. Would be my educated guess. Bristol Rovers at Wrexham at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Come on, you Wrexham. Here's Guthrie in again to Jewell, who just sort of fiddles this one out into the offside. Broad again does the fielding, but it made an over from Liam Guthrie his first. And it remains 23 for 1 with Jewell on 10. Harry came yet to get off the mark.
Do you file that under things I never thought I'd heard myself saying?
Well, yes, as a Tranmere fan,
Yeah.
just the idea of supporting Wrexham in anything is alien to me. But yeah, Burton were there a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago now. I actually did that game, so it must have been 2 weeks ago. My word, when you're at the top of the table, you get some decisions. And when you've got the clout of Hollywood filming every single move, I've never seen so many cameras. I mean, it was genuinely a circus. It was horrible. Horrible.
I hope they had a commentator cam for you, Fletch, as well.
I did get criticised for calling it a circus, actually.
Here's Proctor in bowls, and Beats came again outside the off stump, bringing him forward. Just a little bit of movement away, nothing pronounced or prodigious at this stage, but Proctor asking the questions, as he has done, as I say, most of the season. Justin Broad just getting himself loose at extra cover, had a very good first innings up at Old Trafford, picked up 3 wickets with the ball and 2 excellent catches. They had a hand in 5 dismissals. Here's Proctor in bowls to Kame. Kame, I think, playing just inside the line of that as it goes through. Slightly awkward one for McManus to take. Bounced just in front of him, but did so tidily enough. Had a chat with Justin Broad as well during that match and made the point that Northamptonshire's catching over the last couple of years has been fallible, shall we say, to put it kindly. But Darren Lehman putting a great store on taking those half chances as Proctor bowls to Kane, who comes right across his stumps, works it into the onside. Zabe fields at mid-wicket and there's no run. Taking those half chances, 3/4 chances that can make all the difference. And one of the most pleasing features from a Northamptonshire point of view of that matchup at Old Trafford was the catching, which was very good. James Sales was excellent in there at short leg to the leg spinner. A couple of good ones. Broad took a couple of good ones. Proctor in bowls to Kame, and he's beaten him outside the off stump. Proctor goes up, but there wasn't a huge amount of support from behind the stumps, so he must have heard something. But this is how Proctor's been bowling all season, Fletch. He's just been plugging away. As I say, hasn't had the best of fortune necessarily, but he has been right on the money. Proctor running in again towards us. Still 3 slips in place. Bowls to Harry Kane, and this time Kane leaves it alone. Outside the off stump through to Lewis McManus. McManus, who went past 100 county championship dismissals for Northamptonshire during the previous matchup at Old Trafford. His first game of the season against Kent was his 100th appearance across all formats for Northamptonshire. So he's 3rd year with the club. Forward, edged and caught at 3rd slip. So Proctor gets his 2nd wicket. Came edging low into the slip cordon. No mistake made. Saying about Northamptonshire's slip catching this year has been much improved already. And the 2nd wicket falls in successive overs to Luke Proctor. It's Calvin Harrison who takes the catch. One of the reasons I know Northamptonshire were keen to get him on board is his qualities as a slip catcher. Harry Kane goes without scoring. Derbyshire 23 for 2.
Yes, it's not ideal. I'll give you that. Final ball of the 8th over. He didn't really move his feet, did he, Harry Kane? He just sort of pushed his bat towards the ball, which is hardly ideal. And he walks off now. The ball is doing a bit, as Northamptonshire would have hoped it would, and as you might expect on the first morning. But to be 2 down, barely half an hour in, well, Northamptonshire have got Derbyshire exactly where they want them. They've also got Wayne Madsen, the skipper, coming out. So Derbyshire's 2 leading run scorers will now be together. Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, both in excess of 200 runs already this season. And Madsen with that shiny new extension to his deal. He's well, it won't be in his back pocket, clearly, but it'll be in his bag, I imagine. Being locked up in a safe. He's played nicely, Wayne Madsen. Missed out on a second successive century at Leicestershire when he played on 96. Ball just nibbed back a touch at him, and what would have been his 7th century against Leicestershire.
Lovely description. I was reading some of the stuff at the time of that contract extension. Was described as Mr. Derbyshire.
Mr. Derbyshire, indeed. Pat Murphy tweeted about him being, went through all the overseas players that Derbyshire have had and said what a great overseas player he's been. Well, he's never been an overseas player. He was Colpack to start with, and now he's English qualified, so...
Northamptonshire also in this game, as they have been this season, without an overseas player, because Liam Guthrie, although he's born in Australia and played most of his early cricket in there, has a UK passport, so it doesn't count as overseas.
He's going into bowl to Caleb Jewell now, who is Australian, and that one is guided into the offside. They're going to get one here. I think they might settle for one. Now they're going to come back for the second as Bartlett slides in to get there, but because he was on the floor, found it difficult to get the ball away quickly, and they do get back for a comfortable 2 in the end. Jewell moves to 12, 25 for 2. Greg Smith's given up on the cricket now. He's looking at his phone. They always do in the end. They all come across with great intentions to watch the cricket avidly and end up checking their social media account. Here's Guthrie. 5th over. That one is guided out. Too broad in the covers, and there is no run. I wasn't sure what kind of crowd size to expect today with the alternative entertainment just across the way. It's not bad.
There's a few in.
I think it would have been bigger had Derby County been away.
And maybe had it been a few degrees warmer.
Well, there is that too. It's free after tea, of course, as it is at many county grounds nowadays. So if you want going to the football, come down after tea. Guthrie bowls. That one is very nicely guided by Jewell again towards the cover boundary. Broad picks up, and they come back for 2 more. 14 to Jewell, 27 for 2.
This is obviously the first time I've seen Caleb Jewell. A remarkable bit of timing that was. He just literally just pushed it, didn't it?
Yeah.
And it raced.
He's hit a couple of
into that
boundaries in
gap.
the first 2 matches when you think, well, that's a nice defensive shot. And it has raced to the boundary. Got a century for Tasmania in his final Shield match in our winter. Batting down the order in that one. Guthrie's next delivery is on his pads, and he turns that one away down towards fine leg, and he's going to come back for the second again, and he's going to get back comfortably enough for the second again. So it's good running between these two. Wayne Madsen at the age of 41, taking quick 2s, 3 deliveries out of 4. Better be thrilled. I know I would be. Jewell moves to 16, 29 for 2. Jewell, 25 deliveries for his 16. He's on his way in again. Oh, that one beats him. Has he got a nick? I think he has. You know, he's got a little feather through to the keeper. He swishes his bat over the top of the stumps, and Caleb Jewell goes now. And Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. Northamptonshire well on top. Guthrie gets his first wicket. And Derbyshire 29 for 3. And we played, what, 8 overs and 5 balls.
Northamptonshire will realise what an important wicket that is. They will have looked at the stats that you've been telling us about, Fletch, and obviously the terrific start that Caleb Jewell has made to his career here in Derby. And he had just one attacking shot too many on a morning where it is just seeming around a little bit, as he's rightly say, as you would expect at this time of the year, these sort of conditions. And Northamptonshire, well, you always say if you put the opposition in, you really want at least 3 wickets, before lunch. Well, Northamptonshire got 3 in the first 40 minutes, which they will be...
You busy Monday?
They will be well happy with. And Liam Guthrie was very much an unknown quantity when he was signed. I'm afraid we were all rather sort of scouting the internet trying to find out 10 things you never knew about Liam Guthrie. But he's made an impact already. He picked up a wicket with his 10th ball on debut in that match against Kent in the second over, and it showed that he can swing the new ball around with that wicket of Michael Jones I was saying about earlier in the first over at Old Trafford. An absolute classic left-armers dismissal, just swinging it back into the right-hander, and that one just going straight on to the left-hander. A little nick through to Lewis McManus, and now, as you say, Derbyshire in a spot of bother, but with Wayne Madsen there, all things are possible. Brooke Guest is the new batter.
One ball to face of this over. Guest got a half century in the second innings at Grace Road. First time he's really had any time out in the middle of any great length. Guthrie bowls to him, and he's flicked this one away. Might get 4 runs first ball here. He will get 4 runs first ball, as it was slightly misdirected by Guthrie right on his hip, and he's got bat on ball, turned it away to fine leg. So Guest off the mark with a boundary, but that doesn't mean that Derbyshire aren't in trouble still. 33 for 3 after 9 overs. Nick Buxton, Morning Fletcher now make that 55 runs for Lloyd in 5 innings with an average of 11. We can't afford to have a walking wicket at the top of the order. He says on a more positive note, impressed by Will Rogers in the seconds this week. Left arm pace would add some much needed variety if he gets a first team chance this season. Bowled a snorting in swinger Yorker that bowled George Bell. Exciting, says Nick.
Yeah, left armers certainly does make a difference. Northamptonshire with Guthrie and another one in the seconds. We'll talk about that in a second as Proctor is in, starts a fresh over, and Madsen, this rather idiosyncratic manner of his, he just pulls the bat inside the line and goes through to Lewis McManus, a lad called Tian Low, who's born in High Wycombe but was brought up in South Africa, product of Bishop School in Cape Town. He's on the staff now and was actually in the squad for the first game of the season. Didn't play, but high hopes of him. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Madsen, drives out into the covers. Good tumbling stop by Justin Broad. Cuts off any possibility of a single. Wayne Madsen, 236 runs at 78.66 recurring. So a good solid start from him, as you expect. Dom Leach going through his warming up routine at mid-on, so maybe into the attack soon. Here's Proctor. In and bowls to Madsen. Drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. Mid-off is fairly wide, and once it had beaten the boot of Proctor, who's having, as I say, having not been able to bowl on the last day at Old Trafford because he intercepted one with his boot. He's tried a couple of times this morning. Luckily for him, he's failed both times, and that's raced away for 4. Lovely way to get off the mark for Wayne Madsen. 4 to him, 37 for 3. Here's
camera work.
Proctor in bowls and forced off the back foot by Madsen into the covers. Broad fields, and there's no run. You're saying Derbyshire's last championship win over Northamptonshire 7 years ago. They did the double that year, 2018. Northamptonshire did have a win last season, the second match. The first one here, they will feel that they probably should have won. Cracking game of cricket, though. And Derbyshire set 371 and 7 down at tea, and Northamptonshire were all over them and then managed to hang on 9 down. Here's Proctor in bowls. Madsen lets that go outside the off stump with a catch going down in the last over.
Yes.
Off Ben Sanderson. But they did beat Derbyshire in the first match, championship match, after the departure of John Sadler, with Yuzi Chahal going among the wickets. In fact, him and Rob Keogh sharing 17 wickets in that match. Proctor in and bowls to Madsen, clips that away, down behind square on the leg side. Certainly one, and that's all they'll be, because Guthrie quickly in off the boundary to field, so a single off the last ball. Madsen keeps the bowling. 5 to him, 4 to Guest, and Derbyshire 38 for 3.
I was just looking at chat. I think it's Jake on the camera who got that beautiful camera work to get that Wayne Madsen. Was it Wayne Madsen 4? Yeah, down the ground.
Gorgeous shot, wasn't it?
Kept the ball in shot the entire time. These boys are learning. Now they're good lads and lasses, although we are a bit without the female representation today in the coverage due to illness. Madsen is taking guard for the first time at the. He's at the city end, but the bowling will be from the racecourse end for Liam Guthrie. 1 for 22 from his 5 overs. Luke Proctor 2 for 14 from 5. And by that you will probably deduce that we've had 10 overs. Here's Guthrie on his way to bowl to Madsen. Oh, that wasn't far away from that man leg slip. It would have been some kind of catch from Calvin Harrison because that was hit quite hard by Wayne Madsen. The ball going down the leg side. Harrison flung himself to his left and he probably didn't get as close as it looked from here, in truth. It would have had to have gone straight to him, but he picks up another boundary. Madsen moves to 9. 42 for 3. He does like to play all around the wicket, of course, Wayne Madsen. So important that they block up some of his scoring areas if they possibly can. As Guthrie's in once more. This one's again on the down the leg side. In actual fact, I was going to say it was on leg stump, but it swung so much that it ended up going down the leg side and was taken nicely by McManus behind the stumps. So Caleb Jewell fails to match Shan Masood's 5 successive half-centuries at the start of his Derbyshire career. Put that one to bed now. David Griffin away to my right-hand side. He's snapping from there as Madsen plays the ball towards him, in actual fact, out towards mid-wicket. Bit of a chase on here. They're going to come back for 2 comfortably as Broad picks up. They decided against a third as Broad throws the ball in. Madsen moves to 11 off just 9. 44 for 3. Lloyd and Jewell were sort of put together at the top of the order to try and get Derbyshire off to flying starts, and I don't think it's a coincidence that after his 4 successive half-centuries, Jewell did a video for the club and has now failed as Guthrie is in. That one is clipped away nicely, backward a square on the leg side by Madsen. It's a little bit awkward, the outfield in patches, and sliding round there, I'm going to guess it was Dom Leach.
It was.
And they do come back for 2 more, but a lot of 2s. A lot of 2s.
Well, Northamptonshire will be half an eye on Wayne Madsen, of course, because they fell foul of a player up at Old Trafford who's got this remarkable record against Northamptonshire, Josh Bohannon. His 4th century in 10 innings, I think, against Northamptonshire in the Championship. And I was just looking, Wayne Madsen's got 300s against Northamptonshire, including a double. So
he waits now as Guthrie bowls to him off his pads, turned into the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a single as Broad has to slide to his right to stop the ball. Yes, he's a remarkable human being, really, Wayne Madsen. Certainly a remarkable cricketer to still have the powers that he has at the age that he is, and to take up the captaincy again for the first time since 2015.
Averages 45 against Northamptonshire in 16 matches.
His average against Leicester is only 67. Comes Guthrie and bowls to Guest, who guides the ball backward a square on the offside to complete the over. 47 for 3 after 11. 14 to Madsen, 4 to Guest. Lancashire 22 for 2 against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 37 for 2 against Kent, and Glamorgan 41 without loss against Middlesex. You know, I think it's really open, the second division this season. Looking at the way Lancashire have started, which hasn't been great. I know they've got Anderson to come, and in the second division, even at the age that Jimmy Anderson is, he should be able to do okay, you would have thought. But you look around it, and I'm not sure that there's an outstanding team.
It's a very good point, Fletcher. We were having this discussion up at Old Trafford, and Scott Reed was saying, our colleague at BBC Lancashire, that you know, Lancashire have, since winning the title in 2011, winning the county championship, have come down, been relegated 4 times. The first 3 times they've gone straight back up and dominated Division 2. But he said, you know, he doesn't see that happening this year, and I think it is. You look at the squads, and there's no pushover anywhere. I think in Division 2, it's going to be a fascinating season. Justin Broad, first bowling change of the morning from the far end, replacing Luke Proctor, and first ball to Madsen is on the money, pushes it up to mid-off where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Keogh at mid-off, Proctor now at mid-on, still 3 slips. Backward point, and in the covers, and safe say fairly tight in there at mid-wicket, catching position. Broad, in again, bowls and turned away by Madsen out towards the boundary, long chase for safe save. I think he might just reel it in. In fact, it's Luke Guthrie who beats him to it, running round from long leg, but they come back for a comfortable 3. And it brings up the 50 for Derbyshire. So the game is moving forward, it's fair to say, as we're in the 12th over, 50 up, but 3 wickets down. Madsen goes to 17. No, I think it's going to be an absorbing title race. I mean, you look at, or promotion race, you look at most of the pre-season. The pundits were giving, you know, were saying, oh, you know, Lancashire, Middlesex ought to come back up, but
Derbyshire ought to finish 8th.
Well, here's Broad in bowls, and little push by Brooke Guest. It goes past the outside edge within a whisker of getting a little nick through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, I mean, well, you think back to when Northamptonshire, back in 2022, when they actually managed to stay up in Division 1, and everybody, I think, had got Northamptonshire bottom of the table. They were presumably perhaps just a year out, because, of course, the following year, most of those prophecies were correct. His Broad in bowls and punched away off the back foot for 4 by Brooke Guest. Nicely played, stood tall, good balance. Cracked it away past Bartlett at backward point to the boundary. Takes Brooke Guest up to 8. Derbyshire to 54 for 3. Justin Broad, as I mentioned, 3 wickets in the first innings at Old Trafford. So far this season, 5 wickets in the Championship at 35. Last year's, we were joking about when I did the interview with him, last year's Media Player of the Year. Much coveted.
Also.
Here's Broad in, bowls outside the off stump. This time Guest leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Dom Leach, I suspect we shall see him having a run fairly early on. Struggled in the first game at Northampton against Kent, bowling from the David Capel end, and was plagued with no ball issues. Switched to the other end, to the indoor centre end, and looked a different bowler. Bowled pretty well in that game. Signed on a 3-year contract last year. Here's Broad in bowls and punched away again by Guest. He's only going to get a single this time, I think. Good sliding stop by Bartlett, running back from backward point. So a single off the last ball of the over. Brooke Guest is 9. Madsen is 17. And 55 for 3 at the end of the over.
I'm just fascinated by the Media Player of the Year.
Oh yes, it's a much coveted trophy. It's sort of tends to be for a player who might not win one of the awards for, they have like for awards for each competition.
Yeah.
But somebody that's perhaps put in a decent shift across all formats, good attitude. I think as much as anything else last year, it was the improvement. Just in
Thanks for coming award.
No. But it was just somebody that we felt had deserved a bit of recognition.
Yes, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But
they don't top any averages anywhere, but they've put it in.
But it's prized, I'm sure, above all
Yes. Well, it's usually the last one to be given out at the end of season awards, isn't it?
It's usually the first, I think. Get it out of the way.
Here is Dom Leach then, from the racecourse end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips that one first delivery into the leg side. To safe save. I wondered if it was him because he's been filling on the other side of the pitch, but he's now down at square leg. Guest moves on to 10:56. 4-3. Alexander Guthrie from America. Just remind me, Alexander. You have told me where you are in America, but I keep forgetting. I don't keep forgetting. I just forget once, and then I can never remember it. Praise for the men and women on the cameras as this next delivery is played off the back foot by Madsen out into the offside. Proctor just trots around to do the fielding. Single is taken. 57-4-3. Derbyshire said can use the support of the Barmy Army to boost their morale. The Barmy Army like it to be slightly warmer than this, I think. It says, I'm not sure if I'm related to the bowler Guthrie. I have an Ancestry.com account and I have thousands of DNA matches. If possible, please tell the bowler Guthrie hello. I'm sure we can do that at some point for you, Alexander. But just let me know. You move about a bit, I'm sure. I might just be making that up. Good to hear from everybody. Here is Leach, past umpire Bailey, and left alone by Guest to go through to the keeper.
Darren Lehman's doing his first lap of the day. It won't be the last. He gets a lot of steps in, going around the boundary.
It's not doing him any good.
Well, he's going around with Rory Kleinfeld and Ben Sanderson. I think Sando's got just having a chat with somebody there, but does put in a hell of a lot of steps in the course of a day.
I'm sure we'll see the Derbyshire coaching team out at some point as Leach's next delivery is left alone by Guest once again to go through to McManus. He's a great addition to county cricket, though, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
He really is a great addition. Everybody was excited when Mickey Arthur arrived, and now we've got Darren Lehman as well. Two former Australian coaches.
Adam Hollyoake as well, of course, down at Kent. It's brilliant. He's a refreshing change, I have to say.
The profile of the game and everything, it's marvellous.
Right.
Leach again bowls. This is chopped away off the back foot now. Then I'm not sure it's got the legs to get all the way to the boundary. It will be cut off by Calvin Harrison. They've come back for two. They'll get back for a third, as well as Harrison hauls it in about 20 yards inside the boundary. It's quite a long way to the boundary. On the offside, as we look, the rope's in a long way, but it's still a fair old distance. Guest picks up 3 and moves to a better than a runner ball 13. These two are put on 31 in just 4 overs. So there's nothing wrong with the scoring rate. It's just the wickets column from a Derbyshire perspective. 60 for 3. This next delivery played off the back foot by Madsen, straight back to the bowler Leach. And he completes his first over, 5 from it. 13 to Guest, 18 to Madsen, 60 for 3. With the men out, Lloyd for 11, Came for 0, both of those victims of Luke Proctor, and Jewell for 16, providing Liam Guthrie with his first wicket of the match here at the county ground in Derby.
Well, again, it does look like a surface rather like the one that was on offer for Northamptonshire's first match of the season against Kent at Wantage Road, where there's a bit on offer for all concerned, which is good to see.
It's a hybrid.
Right.
I think we'll try. I meant to mention that a lot earlier. Always interested to see how they play.
Yeah. Here's Broad in, bowls and pushed away to backward point. Smart bit of fielding. Was smart stop by George Bartlett. Couldn't get rid of it, but Wayne Madsen alert to the possibility of the single. So Brooke Guest picks up another run. He goes to 14 and Derbyshire to 61 for 3. Well, Justin Broad ought to have good memories of bowling on hybrids, because last time Northamptonshire played on one was the game at Bristol last year, which was abandoned just after tea on the first day, after he'd taken 7 wickets in the Gloucestershire first innings. Broad in again and bowls to Madsen. It just shapes away nicely outside the off stump and taken by Lewis McManus. And I have to say, Fletch, I'm sure everybody's sort of thinking, oh, right, okay. I don't think any of the wickets you could attribute to the pitch, because they were all bowled, caught slip or caught behind. Just bowled very well.
At Bristol.
At Bristol. But the game...
Any wicket at Bristol is a good wicket. Oh, it's flat there, isn't it?
Here's Broad in and bowls, and that again just swings and swings late, and a little bit of bounce as well. This is a really good surface, I think, to bat or bowl on. It could be a cracking game, judging by what we've seen in the first hour. 61 for 3. Justin Broad, big, tall young man, born in Cape Town, son of Neil Broad, the tennis player. German international.
Of course.
Wide and going wider outside the off stump this time, and left alone by Wayne Madsen through to the keeper.
He must have bowled at Wayne Madsen before, but why have I never had a German international bowling at an Italian international in my head before? Wayne Madsen obviously played for Italy now these days.
Well, we had this in the first game of the season with Grant Stewart playing for Kent, so it was an agreeably continental flavour to the cricket. Even though they were both born in South Africa, of course. Broad in down the leg side, attempted pull by Madsen, but doesn't get anything on it. Good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus.
Have to dip away again momentarily as they recap the team news and come for just to keep everybody cheerful, an update from the county ground.
Madsen is making Justin Broad wait a moment, and now Broad runs in to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Hits him on the pad, big appeal. What says umpire Harris? Not out. Well, the Durbanites have stayed together on that occasion. Umpire born in Durban, batter born in Durban, bowler born in Cape Town. So there we go. Not out is the decision. To be fair, I think it looked as though it was probably just inclining down the leg side. Madsen is 18. Guest is 14. Derbyshire 61 for 3 after being put into bat in Division 1 down at Chelmsford. Essex 59 for 2 against Worcestershire. Nice solid start by Yorkshire against Durham at Chester-le-Street. Yorkshire 39 for no wicket. Somerset 46 for 1 against Hampshire at Southampton. Here's Dom Leach coming into the attack for the first time and starts off with the ball outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. Goes through to the keeper, and a good start from Sussex, who've been almost like the form team in Division 1. 76 for no wicket they are against the champion Surrey. So bright start for them. Daniel Hughes 52 not out. Tom Haynes on 18. Dan Worrell 3 overs for 27. Doesn't happen too often. Here's Leach in, bowls, and Guest pushing it out into the offside. Fielded in the covers, and there's no run. James Sales fields, down to 2 slips now. Salos in there at first. Calvin Harrison at second. Dom Leach, signed from Yorkshire, having played a couple of games for Northamptonshire on loan, made his debut at Old Trafford a couple of years ago. Here's Leach, running in away from us, and bowls very full and driven beautifully by Guest. Found the gap, it's running out towards the boundary. Proctor is in hot pursuit. I think he'll just reel it in. He does, but again, they come back for a comfortable 3, hitting out towards what is just about the longest boundary at the moment. Pitch just a little bit over towards the hotel side. 64 for 3. Takes Brooke Guest up to 17. Umpire Rob Bailey waving to, I think, the groundsman and suggesting that they might need to come and do a bit of a repair job on the footholds.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, the tamper.
Yeah.
We had this at
we
had this at Old Trafford. Quite a long delay, in fact, while ground staff came out and did the necessary. Rob Bailey's was waving away. I'm not sure if anybody actually reacted.
They're probably asleep.
Well, while Liam Guthrie and Brooke Guest are having a nice little chat, we have a delay. So we'll just quickly have a look at again what's happening in Division 2. As Fletch said, a few wickets around early on. Are they going to carry on and just hope that something happens at some point? Yes, two batters were having a conversation.
Love
Oh,
it.
now, the groundsman is, yes, Rob Bailey's calling him
go
on. A man with a bucket. But no sign of the tamper.
No.
So
With it being a hybrid, I'm not sure how much you can tamper it.
well, no, absolutely. But
So there we are.
while they're doing a few running repairs, Gloucestershire 41 for 3, so poor start for them against Kent. Nathan Gilchrist, the man on target, has picked up the first 2. Jas Singh's just got the third, with Ollie Price out. So Kent, who've won the first 2 games of the season under Adam Hollyoake, going pretty well there. Lancashire 32 for 2 against Leicestershire, with Michael Jones and Keaton Jennings both back in the pavilion. Both wickets falling to Ian Holland. Here's Leach. And again to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Madsen is forward, playing it out on the onside. Straight to Guthrie at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And at Lords, Glamorgan 48 for 1 against Middlesex, with Eddie Byram, the man out, for 18. So that's what's happening elsewhere. Here, 64 for 3. Derbyshire having lost David Lloyd for 11, Caleb Jewell for 16, Harry Kane for 0. Here's Leach in again, bowling to Madsen. Again pushing out into the covers. And there's no run. 2 wickets for Luke Proctor, 1 for Liam Guthrie. Question, I suppose, of whether we see any of the leg spin of Kelvin Harrison before lunch. Be
Whoa.
surprised if we don't.
50 minutes, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, had a remarkable impact on the game up at Old Trafford. Here's Leach in, bowls and punched back down the pitch, but won't get it past Rob Keogh coming round from mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. Tidy start for Dom Leach. 64 for 3, with Madsen on 8. Guest is 17. And yeah, I think as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, they'll be reasonably happy with the way things have gone, but they will be obviously highly delighted to see the back of Wayne Madsen. As indeed every team in Division 2 is.
Well, they seem to be. They seem to be. It's an interesting batting lineup that Derbyshire have got. Now that Lewis Rees is batting down at 6, they've sort of got an opener coming in at 6. He does, obviously likes to get on with it as well, but a bit more licence perhaps to do so, as Broad begins a new over from the City and left alone by Guest to go through to the keeper. Alexander is in Maryland. I knew he was, really, although I couldn't remember.
Good morning, Baltimore.
Yeah, on the East Coast. Yes. Thank you, Alexander. I have a vague grasp of American geography. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, he says, which is very early. Not quite as early as I got up this morning, but early enough. Guest on 17, 64 for 3, Derbyshire. Bro, he's edged that one, has he? No, he hasn't. Blimey, it's moving a long way after it goes past the bat. I'd have put money on him having got a nick on that one. He didn't, fortunately for Derbyshire, because the last thing they need is to be 4 down at 7 minutes past 12 on day 1. But he went hard at it, which isn't necessarily a good thing. I'm indebted to Kyrgyz. Every club does have a Clubman of the Year award. The next one is pushed out into the offside by Guest, and they will pick up a quick single. Sorry, I got a tickle.
Yeah, Northamptonshire do have a players player of the year, which, in fairness, I think is probably the, joking aside, is probably the most
That's the one they
coveted
like,
award.
isn't it?
That is the one they like.
Yeah.
But, they also have various competition players and obviously academy and second team and so on. But
Kirk reminds me of TV's Outside Edge, the great play that was turned into a series as Broad is in, and that one is turned nicely into the leg side by Madsen. He's going to get at least 2 here. I would have thought he might even come back for a third. Leach, nope, gets there now. And 2 it is.
Yes, the Clubman of the Year for Northamptonshire tends to be, they do have a Clubman of the Year, it tends to be obviously somebody off the field, so somebody in the commercial department or scoring or stream or something like that.
A first coughing fit of the season. I managed to avoid it in the first 2 matches. There's Leach again, bowls to Madsen, who leaves this alone outside the off stump. Robert Dawes, the actor who played Roger in Outside Edge, which is, and was, a magnificent series. I have it on DVD, if only I had the means to play it. No, I do actually have a DVD player. I am that old. But I must watch it again, actually, because it was terrific.
It was very good.
In comes Broad once more, bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. Save does the fielding. And it was the final ball of the over. And the listeners will say hurrah, if I can stop coughing. 2 overs, that was Broad, wasn't it? 3 overs for 12. Guest has 18, Madsen has 20. And Derbyshire slowly recovering from being 29 for 3. They're 67 for 3 now. And these two, plus Rees, and then the all-rounders. And Rees is probably classed as an all-rounder these days, as he's the leading wicket taker going into this round of matches in the County Championship. Next in, so Northamptonshire can see a little opening, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll be hoping, I think, to certainly pick up at least one more before lunch. About another 50 minutes to go. Tom Leach just having a chat with his captain, Luke Proctor, who's led the way this morning with a couple of wickets. 2 slips as Leach running away from us and bowls, and pushed by Brooke Guest up to mid-on, where Rob Keogh fields and there's no run. Talking earlier about past results, Northampton's last win here back in 2017. And they won by 3 wickets, chasing down 330.
I remember that because it was freezing cold. It was in Northamptonshire's days of the very big hitters.
Oh yes, Richard Levy and
and they were all wearing bobble hats for 2.5 days.
Here's Leach in bowls and forced away off the back foot crisply by Brooke Guest, but straight to James Sales at extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, Richard Levy made 99 in that innings. Rob Newton 98. Before that, you have to go back to 2003 to find a Northamptonshire win here. That was courtesy of a David Sales double 100, father of James. Hundreds from the 2 Aussies, Mike Hussey and Phil Jakes. Here's Leach in bowls outside the off stump. Tight leave by Brooke Guest, which had Dom Leach briefly excited. They were, of course, also Derbyshire, the first team that Northamptonshire ever beat in the County Championship in 1905.
No.
Remember it well.
Yes, I can imagine.
It was the
before I could even ask you.
Well, the local paper reported that Northamptonshire had crested Derbyshire's peaks. You see what they've done there?
Yeah, very clever.
Very good.
Yeah, very clever. I bet they were pleased with themselves in the newsroom that day, weren't they?
Here's Leach in to bowl to Guest. Very full, dug out by Guest up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Luke Proctor's just keeping himself loose, so may well be coming back for a little burst before lunch. We're saying up at Old Trafford, Fletch, I mean, you're talking about coaches and the effect they can have, and certainly a number of the Northamptonshire players who looked a bit careworn over the last couple of seasons just seem to be enjoying themselves now and playing with a bit of a smile on their face, which is nice to see.
It is, absolutely. That's how you should be, isn't it?
Here's Leach. And again to bowl to Guest, and good ball, homing in on off stump, pushed up to mid-off where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Also chatting earlier with Quentin Jones, Northamptonshire scorer, about various things to do with overseas players and so on, and I think Derbyshire were the opponents when Northamptonshire last put out a side of 11 Northamptonshire-born players.
Oh, yes.
That was in 1908.
Wow.
And they won. Can't imagine why they didn't have tried it since. Here's Leach in, and that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Brooke Guest, and that will run away for 4 runs. Well deserved, lovely shot. Leach just annoyed with himself, letting the over get away from him, but that was a cracking shot from Brooke Guest. Takes him to 22, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 71 for 3. Derbyshire after being put into bat with Madsen 20, Guest 22, and indeed we are going to see a bit more Luke Proctor. I thought he was just getting himself ready for another spell. So a brief burst of Justin Broad, but Proctor, on the basis of if you want a job doing, do it yourself, he's going to have another go. Bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14 in his first spell.
It's worth having another go.
Well, he was excellent, wasn't he? He was excellent in that first spell from the far end.
Unfortunately, there are no flags on the members' pavilion. There is a flagpole on order, I'm told, which is a little disappointing. It also means that it's difficult to see how windy it is, but looking away to the right, the trees are moving quite a bit. There is Proctor then from the city and bowling to a short of a length delivery to Wayne Madsen, who bails out of any attempt at trying to pull the ball around the corner. There is a man down at long leg.
So it means that we haven't got Northamptonshire's bedspread on
No,
show. It's
it's
a very, very large flag that
I'd
Northamptonshire
like to
have
see
got.
the flags. We had them at Leicester, so the flags are around, obviously. But and stump watch, the stumps at Leicester had the black title sponsors of the competition's logo going all the way to the top. Well, they don't go all the way to the top at Derby for some reason. Proctor is in, and that one is guided into the offside by Madsen. They're going to skip through for a quick single as Same has to run around the ball to pick it up. Madsen moves on to 21, 72 for 3. So it would appear you can have any style of stump you like in this competition now. I mean, they're all the same size and everything. 3 Derbyshire quick bowlers going around the boundary down below. There's only one of them involved today. Pat Brown is there. Harry Moore, the injured Harry Moore, the England under-19 and international, is with them as well, and Zach Chappell, who stops to watch Proctor come in and bowl to Guest, who just leaves the ball alone at the last moment.
Sorry to see that about Harry Moore. What's the prognosis with him?
I think there's another 6 weeks or so.
Right.
He played in the final friendly against Saka and only bowled in the first innings, and just said he was a little bit sore. So back soreness, whatever that means. I mean, that's never been a thing, but that's what he's got. I know how it feels. 72 for 3. I haven't been bowling now. As Proctor's next delivery is defended by Guest to Zabe in the offside. So yeah, we won't see him before the T20, I imagine. He's got a gig in the 100, for goodness sake. Harry Moore. Not bad for a 17-year-old to be guaranteed £42,000, is it? Took me a while to get to that particular mark in my career.
Yes.
As Proctor's in again, and that one is played up on his toes by Guest, just turning it gently into the onside. Dom Leach comes across from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Funnily enough, the bookshop I used to work in at that sort of age didn't quite pay that sort of money.
I was bagging corn.
Is that a euphemism for
Somebody,
something?
no, but I wish it was. No, somebody's got to do it, haven't they? In comes Proctor and bowls to Guest, who turns this one into the onside, and it's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it. Madsen 21, Guest 22, 72 for 3 after 18. You have 12-hour shifts, alternate days and nights every fortnight. This was in the summer holidays. £120 a week, which was an enormous, back in what would have been early 80s, very early 80s. It's a huge amount of money. Of course, you didn't pay tax on it because that's the only time you worked. It was just marvellous.
Well, Fletch getting involved with the gig economy back in those days. Then here's Leach starting a fresh over down the leg side, and Wayne Madsen just getting inside the line, shadows it as it goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. About 40 minutes or so to go to lunch. Talking about Harry Moore, I know the master in charge of cricket at Repton is, I think, en route to the ground, I'm told. He's, with his dad. Hopefully get to catch up with him a bit later.
Derbyshire play there in the One-Day Cup this season, which is great to go back.
Wonderful. What a great venue that is. Here's Leach. In and bowls. An appeal, well, strangled appeal for LBW. It was a short ball that Madsen was looking to paddle away. Bounced off the pad away through the slip cord, and Brooke Guest calls him through for a run. So a leg bye on the total, signalled by umpire Bailey. 73 for 3. Rob will just be getting peckish now. Say 40 minutes to go till lunch. Well, I am as well. But breakfast was early this. Well, my breakfast was early this morning anyway. Here's Leach, and again to bowl to Brooke Guest, who's coming right across and playing that up to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run.
Drew tells me I'm a bit fuzzy.
Are you?
My microphone. I think he means the microphone. Apologies for that. I've not done anything different, I don't think.
Oh, sounds right to me.
Yeah, me. Could be your phone or laptop or whatever you're watching on.
Wireless set.
Drew.
Cat's whisker. Isn't quite tuned in. Here's Leach. In again, bowls and punched nicely off the back foot by Brooke Guest, who's seen him play that shot a couple of times this morning and timing it beautifully. This time just straight to James Sales. Finds himself out in the covers. He had a fairly full-on time in the field at Old Trafford in the previous game for Northamptonshire, because he was either in the slip cordon or at Boot Hill at forward short leg. And held a couple of cracking catches in there on the last day. Leach, shoulders rocking, runs in and bowls to Guest. Hits him on the pad. Not out, says umpire Bailey. Again, maybe a little inside edge.
I thought that was my initial reaction.
It was the fact that they stifled the appeal straight away. I think he was probably outside the line anyway, but the fact that they just curtailed the appeal makes me think there might just have been a little inside edge. Safe Zabe just swinging his arms down at deep backward square, so may see his left arm spin on at some point. He's had a bit of a golden arm this year. Safe Zabe. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Guest, who's pushing it back down the pitch, half stopped by Dom Leach, and that's the end of another over. 73 for 3. Other thing I've noticed this year, Fletch, with Northamptonshire is, and we're seeing it now, they're quick. There actually is a bit of urgency to get round in terms of the overs as well, which has not always been the case.
There was one day when we were at Leicester last week, and I just looked at the scores, and you'd finished.
Yeah.
6-ish.
Yes,
Not
we did.
Not too far after, certainly.
It was second day. We were finished at 6.
Yeah, we still had about an hour and a half to play.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what we got used to, but
Yeah.
no, it was well, we saw quite a lot of spin, obviously, from both sides, and it's Northamptonshire, I think we're finished about +7 in that game, something like that.
Proctor continuing from the city end. Madsen gets one that pops on him a little bit, and he deals with it nicely, just guides it down into the gully region where Calvin Harrison does the fielding. Well, both Derbyshire and Leicestershire at various points were plus in the over rate, and yet we were still not finishing until beyond half-6. I don't understand it at all. Clearly, I'm not sure anybody does really.
Well, it wasn't exactly a clatter of wickets in that game, was there?
No, a few interruptions. 2 slips in the gully for the Proctor. And this one is driven a little uppishly by Madsen out into the offside. Safe Zabe does the fielding, but was in the air off his bat for a moment. 1 or 2 holding their breath in the crowd, I'm sure.
Well, Northamptonshire will be at Grace Road starting on May the 2nd. That's miss the next round of matches, and back on duty at Grace Road, which will be 3 away games in a row.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? The computer obviously let itself down there.
Lancashire started away and then they got 3 home games in a row.
Proctor in and bowls. Madsen, that was in the air as well, but this time to the left-hand side of safe save, so it's gone out towards the extra cover boundary. George Bartlett will do the fielding and the batters will get back for 2. But he is just concerned at the moment that the ball is a little bit too aerial off the bat, quite frankly. There's me giving Wayne Madsen advice on how to bat. 23 off 33, 75 for 3. I wouldn't even begin to do that, clearly.
Well, Justin Broad is going through some contortions that look extremely painful, but suggest he might possibly be coming on at this end.
Proctor bowls to Madsen, who defends. A ball that probably would have gone over the stumps, but he plays at it, and then, as batters tend to do, they just sort of goes through a number of options that he might have done. The one that he took was okay. Yeah, those trees really are starting to blow a bit out there as Proctor bowls. That one is off the edge and into the ground. I think it was short of Harrison, and Madsen picks up a single, but it was a false shot off the edge of the bat, leading edge, squared him up a little bit. Harrison down very quickly, but I think the ball just fell short as he looks to move half a yard closer by the look of it, just remarking where he should be standing. He's definitely closer. Calvin Harrison. Madsen moves on to 24, 76 for 3.
Just looking at the radar, it's rain not too far away, but not sort of...
It sort of feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Guest. He'll just trot through for a comfortable single. It was the final ball of Luke Proctor's 7th over, 2 for 19. His figures. Guest has 23. He's pinched the strike. Madsen has 24. The partnership worth 48, and Derbyshire 77 for 3 after 20 overs. And we are indeed going to see Justin Broad, perhaps unsurprisingly.
Well, Rob Bailey just having a chat with James Sales there. I think that Rob would have been, he was indeed Northamptonshire captain when James's dad David made his debut in 1996. Championship debut at Kidderminster. 0 in the first innings, 210 in the second.
Oh, decent recovery.
Decent recovery, yeah.
Yeah.
But, it is going to be Justin Broad. Swapping ends, replacing Dom Leach. And running in from down below us. Short ball, pulled away by Wayne Madsen, and that has split the 2 fielders on the leg side and run away for 4 by Brooke Guest, beg his pardon. Goes to 27, and Derbyshire to 81 for 3.
It's great, this scoreboard, but occasionally it turns into a video of a shot. But
50 partnership between these two, coming together at 29 for 3. It's been a good recovery, purposeful recovery, positive.
Just over 11 overs they've been together.
Game is moving forward.
It is, isn't it?
Guest facing again, very full this time, and similar result, clipped away through the leg side. Going to get just a couple this time as safe save. He's patrolling the boundary, comes round to field. So dropped short, pulled for 4, went full, clipped away for 2. Guest up to 29. Derbyshire to 83 for 3. We're in the 21st over. About half an hour to go till lunch.
It is great when Proctor and Keogh are down this end, because you can see those glorious Northamptonshire caps to their full effect.
Here's Broad in again, driven back, well fielded off his own bowling by Broad. Yes, we were talking about this.
They're the capped players, presumably.
Well, it is, but there's a interesting story, I think, behind that, in that that was the idea, and they brought in, I suppose, about 15 years ago, the piping for the capped players, but they then fell out of favour last year. Here's Broad in and bowls very full and driven again by Brooke Guest. Runs for him here. Long chase for Luke Proctor. out towards the boundary. He's just about going to pick it up inside the rope. He does so, but they come back for pretty comfortable 3. And Brooke Guest enjoying the bowling of Justin Broad at the moment. He goes up to 32 off 36 balls, 86 for 3, Derbyshire. I think John Sadler, the previous head coach, just felt that he wanted everybody to be out there wearing the same cap. So they were, I think they were stashed away in the bags for a bit, but they've now come out again this year.
Like them.
I like them. I think aesthetically they look rather fine. Madsen playing defensively to the next ball, pushed up to mid-off where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Yes, I must admit I like them. I think they're smart.
But I'd ban floppy sun hats, so...
Yeah, well, as I say, it's only since Jack White obviously headed back up north at the end of last season up to Yorkshire. He was very much a floppy white sun hat man. Here's Broad in again, bowled short, cut away by Madsen, and that will be 4. I think I say that. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. James Sales giving chase, and that's a costly over from Justin Broad.
I'm right in thinking they used to have a floppy... I'm going to get the colour wrong now. Is it maroon?
Maroon, yeah.
Yeah, they used to have floppy maroon. I'm sure that in that win here in 2017,
yeah.
A lot of them were wearing well, they were wearing bobble hats a lot of the time. But in that season,
no, they did. Yeah, you're quite right.
I thought they did.
90 for 3 at the
Rory
end of the over.
Kleinfeld would always wear he looked like a ranger from the bush, which I mean, it possibly might be.
Wow. Yeah, no, they did wear them. In fact, they appear on quite a few of the team photos, or the team photos, but the sort of action photos at the time. 90 for 3, 28 to Madsen, 32 to Guest, and that was a productive over.
Yes, 13 runs from that one. What are we now? Half an hour, exactly half an hour away from lunch. As Proctor continues, and that's a very short delivery that bounces a long way over the head of Brooke Guest, and the umpires decide that's 1 for the over. Anthony Harris, the standing umpire, just looked across to Rob Bailey, put his right index finger to his left shoulder to signify 1 for the over. Here comes Proctor again. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Guest to go through to the keeper.
Of course, Northamptonshire, all the players do have their playing caps as well, with their individual number on, which is awarded based on date of debut. So Calvin Harrison last week became Northamptonshire's 559th first-class player.
You'll see Wayne Madsen's cap later. It's a joy to behold. This one's played off the back foot by Brooke Guest, forced out towards the extra cover boundary. There's a very long chase for George Bartlett out there. They've run 3 as he gets to the ball and hurls it back in, but they get through comfortably, and Guest moves to 35 off 39, 93 for 3.
Was that the one that I saw him wearing at the toss?
The 200-year-old cap, yes. Yeah, it's in 2009 when he arrived. I mean, it won't be that one because he wasn't capped, of course, when he first arrived. But
looks a bit tatty hilarious, doesn't it? Really?
Yes, there are a few. I think it might have been repaired. Certainly looks like it has. Proctor bowls on, beats Madsen. That's a fantastic delivery. Just outside the off stump, forced him to play a shot. And then he sort of jerked away after the ball had gone past through to McManus. Really nice shot. Delivery, not a nice shot at all.
Proctor, incidentally, onto those 2 wickets, onto 96 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, joining Northamptonshire from Lancashire back in 2017.
And again, bowls to Madsen, strikes the pad. Must have been some bat in it because the ball couldn't possibly have ricocheted all the way up to mid-off at the speed that it did towards Keogh if it hadn't hit some part of the bat.
I was saying on my little video this morning, Fletch, the last time I was on this ground was back in September when it was the T20, the National T20 Club final. It absolutely siled it down, and there was no chance of playing.
Good balls. Madsen gets a bit hurried by this one. Almost falls over as he plays the ball up to mid-on. And the over comes to an end at 93 for 3. Guess 35, Madsen 28, and the groundsman is back out with his bucket. There's a bit of moisture in the air. I can't see any rain.
No, it doesn't.
Nobody's got any umbrellas up, which is usually a sign, isn't it? If indeed they brought them.
There's just a bit of sawdust being dropped. Is it sawdust? It looks
Green sawdust.
green sawdust.
Yes, yes.
Oh dear, it's all mod cons here, isn't it?
Oh, we've had
Hover covers, green sawdust.
what will be fascinating to see is if they actually go over the green sawdust with the hover cover, because it will go everywhere. But yeah, green sawdust.
Very cutting edge. All this is. Fletch.
I've had that for a few years. The green sawdust.
Very impressive.
It's
Well, last time we were
usually
here,
a bit greener than that. Sorry.
so the last time we were here, it was we had some lovely, a couple of lovely days, didn't we? It was rather pleasantly warm. Just a little bit later on in the season, wasn't it? I think it was the beginning of May, but it was very pleasant.
I've got my big coat today.
I've got big coat, little coat, all
never know,
all
yeah.
contingent.
Shorts.
Don't know what. No. Don't know what to wear. Here's Broad.
I thought that when I saw you.
Starting his 5th over and forces Guest onto the back foot and pushes it out into the covers where Sales field. Calvin Harrison now starting to get himself loose, so maybe, and also Liam Guthrie, so maybe we're going to have perhaps a double change. No, well, it's I did have this issue this morning where the jumper I'd originally intended to wear today has suffered at breakfast today, let's just say. So here's Broad in, hits him on the pad. Maybe again a little bit of inside edge, I think. And Rob Bailey not really required to make a decision. So yes, that's just drying out at the moment. 93 for 3. Rafi Weatherall, who's 12th man in this game, just having a trot round the boundary with something for someone. Drinks bottle, I think. Here's Broad in again, bowls and just off an inside edge into the ground from Brooke Guest. Too far away from off stump, but no damage done. Weatherall, who, saying earlier, left out of the side for this game, which I think was very much flagged up by Darren Lehman after the end of the previous game against Lancashire, when he said he thought that he just got through quite a lot of overs, the young man, I say, just coming back from a back injury, and probably they wanted to rotate the bowlers a bit, get Dom Leach in, and Weatherall missing out this time. Here's Broad in, bowls and turned away into the onside by Brooke Guest. Thought about a single, but not there. Justin Broad, a little bit costly, as we were saying. 4 overs for 25. Previous over went for 13. But Calvin Harrison is long arms swinging away down second slip, so I imagine we may see a bit of twirl before lunch. Here's Broad hanging that outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. Bit more cloud around than there was first thing this morning. It was very pleasant at the start, a little bit of sunshine. But depending which forecast you take notice of, we're either going to be just overcast and mainly dry, or overcast and wet this afternoon. So you pay your money and take your choice. Here's Broad. In again, bowls to Guest, drives through extra cover. Bit of a belated set off there from James Sales, leaving his captain to do most of the work, and it's just held up inside the rope. And once again, they come back for 3. 96 for 3. That's the end of Justin Broad's over. 96 for 3 with 28 to Wayne Madsen, 38 to Brooke Guest, who's been really proactive this morning. 38 off 45 balls. And these two have done an excellent job coming together at 29 for 3. Put on an unbroken 67 for the 4th wicket. And Lewis McManus signalling to the dressing room for a helmet. So I think you could probably fairly safely say that we might see a little bit of leg spin in the not too distant future.
Kirk is reminiscing about Richie Richardson batting in a West Indies maroon floppy sun hat.
Oh,
Because a few of them did, didn't
Carl
they?
Hooper.
Yeah,
He seemed to remember he did as well.
there's a few of them favoured that, because you can no longer bat in anything but a helmet in this country in the County Championship. Luke Proctor begins a new over from the city end. It goes past the edge of the Brooke Guest bat, but far enough away as he played inside the line. Harrison's warm-up is bizarre. It's like trying to tap the top of your head and rub your stomach at the same time, almost, isn't it? As he's swinging both arms in opposite directions.
If I did that, I'd never play the ukulele again. I'm telling you.
There'll be some ligaments out of place as this next one is driven by Guest, but can't beat the man at mid-on. Harrison's now going through his bowling action, which is confirmation, really, of...
I did enjoy his comment after he just bowled 57 overs in the second innings at Old Trafford. 76 overs in the match, but in the second innings, 57 overs, 7 for 119.
Next delivery is defended by Guest. It's the onside.
And I had a chat with him afterwards for BBC Radio Northampton, and I said, you know, obviously, presumably you came on loan to get some overs in, and you're reasonably happy with how many you've got. And he said, oh, that's fair enough. And he said, we need to refresh ourselves before we get to Derby. I thought, well, it's nicely put.
Yeah, we had a couple of refreshing evenings at Leicester, as it happened. Luton have scored, incidentally, at Derby. This one is driven by Guest. I heard a roar.
I did.
Well, that's why I plugged my headphones in to see who it was, but I just heard Ed Dawes saying it's Luton who draw first blood, so must be a lot of Luton Town fans there.
I thought I heard so, and I wondered if I was imagining it.
No.
But, it was.
I was with you. Keep getting messages from Exeter as well about the light flashing on the ISDN, the green light, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
It's not a good thing at all.
This next delivery is guided by Guest into the gully region, where it's comfortably picked up by Harrison.
In the same way that flashing lights are never good on a car dashboard, flashing lights on one of our pieces of broadcast equipment usually mean the battery's running out, or is about to run out.
Yes, but he says he's now got power. So this is of no interest to anybody out there, of course. But I said, has he got power? He's got power now, but it's flashing. But it will do if he doesn't switch it over.
Yes.
I'm going to have to try and tell him that, as Proctor is in, and that one is guided off the outside edge of the bat down towards backward point by Brooke Guest, who gets a single and moves to 39, 97 for 3. Even when they were struggling, losing wickets, they lost the first 3 wickets way before they got to 50. They still got to 50 in the early stages of the 13th over, so the run rate has been above 4 for the entirety of this Derbyshire innings.
Well, there's a familiar figure on this ground, just trotting out George Scrimshaw,
Big George,
who's sadly not fit at the moment. He's got a side strain, but he's here doing a little bit of 12th stroke 13th man duty. And we are indeed going to see Calvin Harrison, leg spinner from Nottinghamshire. His figures in the previous match, 11 wickets for 143, were the best ever on first-class debut for Northamptonshire, beating 10 wickets taken by Sidney Smith against the South Africans in 1907. West Indian, who was then qualifying for Northamptonshire. So Harrison already making a bit of Northamptonshire history. He's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest with a slip. That's the only close field at the moment. Bowling over the wicket. Loops that one up and driven into the ground by Guest. Bounces nicely for Sales to field at extra cover. And there's no run. Also has a man on the 45. Deep square just behind. Harrison in again. Bowls short. Punched out into the covers. Once again, Sales fields. Ian Guthrie tight in there at mid-wicket. Leach mid-on, fairly wide. Mid-off, short extra, and a backward point as Harrison's in again, bowls and worked by Brooke Guest into the leg side this time. Fielded by Liam Guthrie. Harrison, another Durbanite in this match, flights that one up. Forward comes Guest, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. So there's a lot of them from KZN out there this morning. Here's Harrison in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. I was there a few weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Very nice.
little trip out in the winter, very pleasant. Here's Harrison in again, and that's worked into the leg side by Guest. There is a man back at deep square, safe Zabe. So just a single. Well counted Brooke Guest, single off the last ball of the over, 40 to him, 98 for 3 at the end of the over, 40 to him off 57. Madsen is 28 off 40, and a tidy start for Calvin Harrison. I mean, not from Nottinghamshire's point of view, they must be highly delighted and put him out presumably to get some cricket. Batted at 9 and got 50, and then bowled 76 overs, 11 wickets in the match. So,
So the numbers in the second innings were ridiculous, weren't they?
yeah, no, I mean he bowled beautifully, and they, Northamptonshire did everything they could on a very, very flat pitch.
Tom Leach is back from the City End, bowling to Guest, who gets up on his toes and off the back foot forces the ball into the offside but can't beat safe Zabe. Milanich Ali has scored the goal, and they say everything is it 5 degrees of separation? Milanich Ali played in the first game that Gary Bowyer managed for Burton Albion. He scored an absolute worldie for Exeter City. He's now playing for Luton Town, but Burton Albion are playing Exeter City. It's remarkable how these things come around. He's a good player. Here's Leach in again and bowls to Guest, who gets an inside edge on that one. That was a little fortunate for the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batter, but he picks up a single, moves to 41. The partnership up to 70 now. Just one ball shy of 100 deliveries, 99 for 3.
See, incidentally, that James Rowe is captaining Somerset
Is he?
today, age 21, their youngest captain, according to our colleague Anthony Gibson, who would know. Previous youngest was Captain Tom himself, Tom Abel, who was 22.
Well, Anthony, having a bad time of it at the start of the season. Here comes Leach and bowls up, and it's clipped nicely off his pads by way of Madsen down to long leg. It's fielded by Guthrie just down to our left-hand side, and the 100 comes up for Derbyshire. The first 50 came up in 12 overs and 2 balls. This one has come up in 13 overs and 1 ball. So a fairly steady run rate.
This discussion, we're talking about young captains last season when Adi Sharma, who's just signed his first professional contract with Northamptonshire, captain the seconds, age 17. Was the youngest ever to captain Northamptonshire second 11 in a championship match.
This next delivery from Leach, a bit slower ball possibly, but Guest manages to deal with it, pushing it up to mid-off. Yeah, Derbyshire got a very young captain this year, of course. Wayne Madsen.
Absolutely, this is spring chicken. Well, Northamptonshire have had a couple of 18-year-olds have captained them in first-class cricket, championship cricket. Alex Snowden back in the early 30s, and distant relative of mine, Wilfred Timms, who captained the side in 1921 when he was 18.
Leach in again, bowls to Guest, who pushes this one up to mid-off. Keogh waits for the ball to arrive rather than moving towards it. Nobody was going to take a run.
And bear in mind that Northamptonshire had in their side at that time their probably arguably greatest ever, most significant player in the club's history, George Thompson, played for England and so on. He was then into his 40s and had captained the side way back, but they wanted to have the senior amateur, and although he was 18, he played more matches than any other amateur.
Leach bowls a short of a length delivery that is turned around the corner by Guest. He didn't really make much of a connection with it, but his ability to count to 6 is undiminished as he pinches the strike once again and moves on to 42, 101 for 3 at the end of the over. Madsen's got 29. Well, we've got 12 minutes to go till the lunch interval.
I did have a chat with Wilfred about that not long before he died in the 80s, and he was saying, it was a bit ridiculous, really. I think it was something like his 6th game, so he was the senior amateur. But he said basically George Thompson did all the, the important stuff, but he had the asterisk on the scorecard and tossed up, but it's one of those little,
what should I call?
Little quirks, driven by Guest, who gets himself off strike of the first ball of Calvin Harrison's second over, out to deep cover. They've got a man back on the sweep on the cover boundary. 102 for 3. Guest up to 43. Partnership now worth 73 between these two. Still just a slip in as Harrison is in and bowls to Madsen, who drives on the bounce back to Calvin Harrison, who fields off his own bowling. As Fletch was saying, there's a bit of quite strong breeze blowing across the ground. Harrison in bowls and forward goes Madsen, plays it out to extra cover. So the flagpole's on order.
Flagpole for the left hand.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
because it broke last year, but there is one on the right, but there's no flag on it. Whether they say that if we can't have both, we shouldn't have any, I don't know.
Oh, fair enough. Here's Harrison, and again flights that one up, and nicely flighted, and Madsen just thinking about a little inside-out stroke away through the offside, but in the end, just plays it defensively back down the pitch.
Just popped down to the flagpole shop.
Short and attempted cut by Madsen, who now rehearses the stroke. It went straight to George Bartlett at backward point.
I did look it up, and there is one in Derbyshire, a flagpole shop.
Is there really? Harrison in bowls, and again driven by Madsen out to Justin Broad at short extra, end of the over. Doesn't hang around. Calvin Harrison gets through his overs very quickly, which obviously was a lot to do with Northamptonshire's very good over rate up at Old Trafford, considering he bowled 57 overs in the second innings. 102 for 3 at the end of the over. Guest is 43, Madsen is 29. And we've got, 9 minutes to go until lunch, so possibly 3 more overs.
Yeah.
Depending if we get any bootlace trouble or anything like that. Isn't
Oh,
it?
you never know, do you?
It's the time of day for dodgy bootlaces.
With the wind and everything. Here's Leach bowling to Guest, who turns that one nicely into the leg side off a hip. A left hip, indeed. And they go through for another single. 103 for 3. Guest moves on to 44. These two have been together since just before 20 to 12. And Caleb Jewell was caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Liam Guthrie for 16. Earlier, Luke Proctor picked up a couple of wickets. David Lloyd for 11, and Harry came without scoring. Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble at 29 for 3. 74-run partnership between Madsen and Guest as Madsen drives the next Leach delivery up towards wide mid-on, and they go through for 2. Proctor himself does the fielding. And Madsen moves on to 31, 105 for 3. Derbyshire in the second division, by far the highest scorers. Gloucestershire 83 for 3 against Kent. Lancashire 52 for 3 against Leicestershire. Glamorgan 79 for 1 against Middlesex. As Leach is in again, and he tries to cut the ball that's too close to cut, and it goes over his bat, fortunately for Madsen. And through to Lewis McManus, not a particularly good shot from Wayne Madsen.
And Calvin Harrison doing a little bit of visualisation there, was taking the hypothetical catch at second slip.
Yeah, he could do nothing but get out. No. I don't think. He didn't. But it wasn't a great shot from Wayne Madsen. Leach once again in bowls to him. This one's down the leg side. There's a cry of catch, and Vasconcelos raises his right arm and cheers, or says, "How's that?" probably, but no touch from Madsen. So no damage done from a Derbyshire perspective. As I said, everybody decided to bowl first when they won the toss. They must have had some rain at Birmingham, not too far from here, really. They've only had 9 overs and 2 balls. They're at lunch.
There's a lot of rain to the west of us.
Leach bowls and Madsen bails out of any attempted pull shot. It's the only place that it is raining at the moment. Not raining up in the northeast, Chester Street. Sussex are playing Surrey at home. Come on, Sussex. A terrific start to the season. Good win against Somerset. Battling performance at Edgbaston in round 1. It's a shame because it doesn't look like they'll come down, but who knows how many championship matches we'll be playing next time they are in the second division. But there we are. 105 for 3 Derbyshire as Leach bowls another short delivery. Madsen ducks underneath it and allows it to go through to McManus, and the over comes to an end. So 6 minutes until lunch. We will get 2 more at least, assuming that they're not fetching the ball from all parts. 105 for 3 Madsen, 31 Guest, 44.
I get the feeling, I don't know if it's just my imagination, Fletch, but I think Sussex are almost a lot of people's second favourite county. Because they play on such a lovely place to to watch and play and commentate down at Hove. It's a lovely spot. Here's Harrison. He flights that one up, and it's driven back hard into the ground.
McManus thought it was
a catch. You don't often see players sort of deceived by the crowd catch, but he was probably just obscured by the batter. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and it's a little bit short and punched back down the pitch. And Harrison looking to maybe deflect the ball onto the stumps. Madsen was in his ground anyway. Guest on 44. Facing this ball from Harrison. Quicker ball, and it doesn't bounce, and Guest was on the back foot. Possibly slightly fraught with danger. Pushes it out into the leg side, fielded by Guthrie at mid-wicket. Harrison in again. Sweep from Guest, and a good sweep, and it's going to be 4 runs. There was a man back, safe save. He didn't have that far to go, but Guest really did hit that hard. And it runs away for 4. He goes to 48. Within 2 short of a very well-deserved half-century. He's played beautifully this morning.
Just managed to meet that on the full as well, didn't he?
Hit it hard.
Spin
and
not
flat.
an issue.
No. 109 for 3. Here's Harrison in. Driven this time. I think that had extra cover. Just got a hand on it. Took a little bit of pace off it. That's Justin Broad. But they're back for 2, and that is 50 for Brooke Guest. 50 off 69 balls for the Derbyshire keeper batsman. And how well, as I say, he has played this morning. Coming in with a side in a deal of trouble. But he and Wayne Madsen, the captain, pulled things round. Here's Harrison in again, and Guest watchful in defence, drops it down into the offside. That's the end of the over. Dreaded Nelson is on the board, 111 for 3. With Guest on 50.
5 fours. There you go.
Confirmation from Jane, whose Easter-themed cake this morning. I thought it was very
Splendid,
nice,
wasn't it?
with
Splendid.
little mini eggs on it.
I think there'll be spares. I'm hoping so. 19th time that Brooke Guest got to 50 in his first-class career, and he's gone on to make 7 centuries. It's a decent conversion rate. It was a much better conversion rate a couple of seasons ago. It was almost more hundreds than 50s, I'm fairly sure. So the final over of the morning then, to be bowled by Dom Leeds. First delivery is left alone by Wayne Madsen. I wonder where Greg Smith had gone. He's got the dog stick now. He's going into the nets with somebody down below us. Obviously somebody from Northamptonshire.
Rafi Weatherall's going to have a little knock.
A little knock in the nets behind us, way to our right and behind.
With Ben Sanderson as well.
Not quite quite in the same way that Northampton and Northampton Town shared a ground. The nets are pretty much where Derby County started their lives
Really?
as a football team, yeah. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Madsen, and he's got it past the man at backward point, George Bartlett, and he runs away to the groundsman's hut for 4 runs. Madsen moves to 35, 115 for 3. The partnership up to 86 now. Suggest that you don't bowl to win, Madsen there.
No.
Wasn't ideal. It crashed into the gate, the closed gate. So it wouldn't have done the ball any good either. I wouldn't have thought. But, nice shot from Madsen. His first boundary for a while, it feels like. He's faced 17 balls fewer than Brooke Guest, actually, for his 35. Broad is in, and that was a better delivery. Madsen just turns it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Justin Broad. Did I say Broad was bowling? I might have said it's Leach. I can't remember. It was
I think you said Leach.
30 seconds ago. I do start to worry, you know. Jack Armour's back for Burton Albion. That's good to see. Sweeney back in the starting leg kick-off in about 2 minutes' time. Sweeney got a kick in the head 2 weeks ago. This next delivery from Leach is defended by Madsen. Back past the bowler up towards Rob Keogh at mid-off.
Cue for song.
You always know that Rob Keogh's at mid-off, and you always know that Ricardo Vasconcelos is at first slip. So it's obviously you know who's bowling and you know who's keeping wicket. Northamptonshire make it reasonably easy for the opposition, which I like.
Although, just funnily enough, first thing I think James Sales was in there at first slip, and Glasgow at second, but Sales is out in the ring now.
Leach bowls a short delivery that Madsen ducks underneath. And so we reach the final delivery of the morning session. A morning that, well, the first half belonged to Northamptonshire and the second half has probably belonged to Derbyshire. It's a session of 2 halves. By 11:38, Derbyshire were 3 down and had just 29 runs on the board. Lloyd for 11, Came for Norton, Jewell for 16, a couple of wickets for Luke Proctor, the first 2 wickets, in fact, for Luke Proctor. The third went to Liam Guthrie, but since then it's been Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest. Guest has already reached his 50. Madsen's on 35, the partnership worth 86. And Leach is in to bowl to the Derbyshire skipper, who turns it into the leg side. There is no run, and at lunch, Derbyshire are 115 for 3, which is quite the recovery, really. As I say, Guest has 50. Madsen has 35. It's been a good morning's cricket, really. It's gone one way and then the other, which is what you want.
It is.
4-day game.
Yeah, it's been an excellent morning's cricket. As you say, Northamptonshire taking the early initiative, but that really is a terrific fight back. And I think you have to say also that Luke Proctor has been the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers, picked up 2, and that's the story of his season, really. He's picked up 2 wickets this morning, which is rather more than he used to say 1 wicket in the first 2 games. But he's been excellent and really has set the tone. A little bit of interest from Calvin Harrison since he came onto the attack. And the other seamers, tidy, but these 2 have played really, really well and really have given Derbyshire a good chance of going on and batting all day and getting a decent total on the board.
And we will return after we've been fed in around about 35 minutes time or so, with Derbyshire having been put into bat this morning, 115 for 3 at lunch.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Hello, we're back. It's how are we +1 on the over rate, by the way? Anyway, we only had 30 overs this morning, and there were only 3 wickets. Afternoon session on day 1 of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire here at the County Ground in Derby. The first hour of the morning session belonged firmly to the visitors, who won the toss and decided to bowl first. Lloyd, Came and Jewell all sent back. A couple of wickets for Proctor, 1 for Guthrie. 29 for 3 after 40 minutes. I thought we were going to get a 2-day game in. And then Derbyshire responded with Guest making a half-century, an unbeaten half-century, and Madsen making 35. These two have added 86 so far for the 4th wicket in 127 deliveries. Wasn't my decision, but I'm glad I never went to Exeter, because it looks like it is hammering it down. Absolutely. I've just got a picture in front of me of Gary Bowie, the manager, as Guthrie begins the afternoon session with the ball wide of the off stump. It is filthy down there. I did get a message saying, have you been rained off, from somebody who's at the match? I said, no, glorious up here. But it does look very unpleasant.
So I've got family driving up from South Wales this morning, and I don't think it's very pleasant down there from what I can make out.
No, that looks very unpleasant. Certainly, Udoka Godwin Malief isn't enjoying it by the look of it. I can't say I blame him. He just slid about 30 yards. Guthrie then. It's only his 7th over. 1 for 31 he's got. He's in and bowls to Guest, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump as well. Ball goes through to the keeper.
I wonder, Fletcher, if this is one of those surfaces, and I know you touched on this morning on commentary, that we see at Northampton quite a bit, which is that you've got to make the new ball count.
Yes,
and
so.
Because afterwards it does tend to go a little bit flat, and that's, as I say, certainly the case to a traditional Wantage Road pitch, although say the one against Kent this year probably wasn't very typical. It did a bit right the way through, although again, as Darren Lehman said, neither side batted particularly well. But it looks as that might be the sort of surface here.
Guthrie in again. That one is driven. It was wide of the off stump, driven by Guest, but fielded by Keogh at mid-off. Yeah, and it swung, didn't it? In that first 40 minutes, 50 minutes, it did swing. And it hasn't done an awful lot since, I think it's fair to say. So looking after the ball is going to be key. The 2 slips were almost dancing in time with each other there. I'm going to say it. Ricardo Vasconcelos looks to be a long way. I know he's a lot shorter than everybody else, but he looks to be a long way further back than Harrison.
He is, I think. Yeah.
This next delivery is up in the air off the shoulder of the bat from Brooke Guest as he tried to turn it into the leg side, dropped short of the wicket keeper. Lewis McManus running around from behind the stumps, had a long way to go, and the ball hit the deck way before he got there. Just inducing the false shot there, Guthrie. But yes, he's decided. I think he decided when the ball dropped short of him. I think it was off Wayne Madsen, wasn't it? The ball dropped short of him, Harrison, Gully, that he would have to stand a bit closer, and he's considerably closer than Vasconcelos, who was at first slip. And as Guthrie is in and bowls, and that goes past the inside edge. And there was some swing there for Guthrie, past the inside edge of Brooke Guest's bat as he went for the expansive-looking drive. Vasconcelos is pretending to be the wicketkeeper. He is a wicketkeeper, I know. I've certainly seen him keep wicket in first class and T20.
Yes,
but certainly
right,
in T20.
Yeah, he has. He keeps regularly in T20. Yeah. He certainly did until Lewis McManus arrived. And he did do it while McManus was injured as well a couple of years ago when he broke his thumb.
He waits now alongside McManus as Guthrie bowls, left alone by Guest to go through to the keeper. They've got some pitchforks at St James's Park in Exeter. And that pitch is slowly starting to fill up with water. And the last thing we want is an abandonment and the game to be rearranged for a time when I could go. 115 for 3 at the end of the over.
When he said pitchforks, I thought you were talking about sort of angry locals or something.
Well,
with pitchforks and flaming brands or something.
Wicker
But,
Man.
well, yeah. Proctor is going to be, Luke Proctor, Northamptonshire captain, to bowl from the far end, the city end, and bowled beautifully this morning and was far and away the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. And those figures don't flatter him, and I was saying earlier, he only picked up 1 wicket in the first 2 games, but has consistently bowled well. Opening the batting and the bowling these days for Northamptonshire. Proctor in bowls, and Madsen, that's on his hip, and he turns it away out through square leg. It's a long chase back towards the boundary for Justin Broad. Reels it in, sends in his return, and they settle for a couple. So Madsen underway again after lunch. 37 to him, and Derbyshire 117 for 3. First runs of the afternoon. Still plenty of cloud around, but it's fairly high. The breeze just looks as though it's died down a touch. It was quite gusty, sort of back end of the morning session. You could see it. Even the trousers of the fielders were billowing in the breeze. Here's Proctor in bowls and clipped away uppishly by Madsen, but it's gone wide of Broad, and it's going to race away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Madsen into the 40s, 41 to him, and Derbyshire to 121 for 3. Was in the air, but it was a long way away from Justin Broad in there at mid-wicket. And once it had pitched, it just scooted away over the outfield to the front of the Elite Performance Centre, over to our left. And a bright, positive start to the afternoon for Derbyshire's captain. 41 off 59 balls for Wayne Madsen. Here is Proctor, running into bowl to him. Straight drive, 4 more. That's a handsome shot. He played one this morning very similar off Proctor, that Proctor inadvisedly attempted to stop with his boot, the sort of the John Dye school of fielding. But there wasn't a lot he could do about that. That was just punched straight back past him. So 10 runs off 3 balls to Madsen, 45 to him, 125 for 3. Partnership now worth 96. As Proctor is in bowl short.
Drive that.
And drive that son. Even though Wayne Madsen's, I think that's 5 years older than Luke Proctor.
Give him a few years, isn't he?
But ducked underneath that through to Lewis McManus. The breeze, such as it is, coming pretty much from our left over the aforementioned Elite Performance Centre. 2 slips and a gully in as Proctor in bowls to Madsen, who's just tucked up a little bit, works it into the onside, where Broad fields and there's no run.
I think that's probably a good thing, isn't it? Because that's the sort of east, and the rain's in the west.
Rain's in the west,
so
yeah.
if the wind is just keeping it away, which is what it feels like at the moment, because I'm sure there's rain around if you look into the far distance, sort of southwest kind of area.
Yeah, there's radar suggests there's a bit about, but thankfully none here. Here's Proctor in bowls short, and Madsen pulls it down to deep backward square, straight to Liam Guthrie, who doesn't entirely pick it up cleanly, but just bounces up nicely off his hands for him to retrieve. So only a single to Madsen, but nevertheless 11 runs off the over, 126 for 3. Madsen is 46 and Guest is 50. Their partnership is worth 97. And who are we going to see from this end? Still Guthrie.
The rain radar doesn't look like we're going to get away with it too much longer in actual fact, but then by mid-afternoon it's gone again. It's a sort of passing shower potentially.
Yeah, certainly
just the length of a Tranmere match, I would have thought, on the telly.
The various apps are very much at 6s and 7s today. Can't seem to make up their minds.
Here is Liam Guthrie. 1 wicket this morning, 2nd over this afternoon, bowls to Madsen, who pushes it straight back towards him, 4 away from yet another half-century in first-class cricket.
I'd have thought that big strand of seaweed dangling over your head and the pine cone in the corner might have given us a clue, Fletch.
It'd
But
probably be as good as all the scientists.
Well, yes.
In all honesty.
or your rheumatism.
Yeah, well. Yeah, there's a certain amount of guesswork involved. Seems to be brightening up here. As Guthrie bowls and Madsen leaves alone. Allows the ball to go through to McManus.
Well, I say certainly around 11 o'clock this morning, when certainly one of the apps I'd seen was suggesting it was going to start raining. The sun was out, and
Yep.
it was absolutely beautiful first thing. So yeah, I think just
April's always tricky, and now it's nearly,
the cruelest month.
well, it should be raining now, according to the Met Office, of course.
Yes, it's now casting, I think they call it.
Yes.
In other words, look out the window.
Have a look. Guthrie bowls, Madsen pulls. He's only going to get a single amount to safe as there. Oh, he's not. He's going to get 4 runs, and there's his half century. The ball must have bobbled just in front of Safe Zabe, and it goes to the boundary. Not perhaps the shot Wayne Madsen was expecting to reach 50 from, but he has reached 50. The 130th time in his first-class career he gets to 50. He's gone on to make 40 centuries from those 130 times he's got to 50. It's come off 66 balls, so a little quicker than Brooke Guest, as it turns out, and included 7 fours as Guthrie is in again and bowls to him. That's a long way wide of the off stump, and he sort of has to reach for it as he pushes it up to Rob Keogh.
That's also the 100 partnership.
And the 100 partnership. Yes, it all sort of got missed in the very unfortunate piece of fielding / bobble. I mean,
Wasn't his finest hour.
well,
was
as
it,
his
out
name
there?
would suggest, he's a safe pair of hands,
Yes, he
generally,
is.
isn't he? But
Fine fielder.
yeah,
that
which is why I was surprised. I'd almost stopped looking. Given
Yeah.
it's going to be a single, we'll just move on. Here's Guthrie. In and bowls to Madsen, who turns this one into the leg side. And they take a single. Madsen moves to 51, 131 for 3. Madsen has scored 16 runs since lunch. In fact, he scored all of them. Brooke Guest is still on his lunch interval half century.
wonder if he broke his knife today as well. In the
It's a fork that snapped him
The
out.
fork, was it? Oh,
There
right.
was rice everywhere. It's unbelievable. 131 for 3. The stakes delivery is defended by Guest. Back down the track. Last ball of the over. 131 for 3. The issue I had was I needed to eat. No, I didn't need to. I ate it too quickly because I knew I had an update at 20 past or thereabouts. By the time I'd walked back in here, half of the food was still stuck about there, and I was hiccuping because I'd eaten it too. You've eaten your food too quickly. It's your own fault, and it was my own fault.
it was a very tasty bit of chicken
It
curry.
was,
It was
wasn't
very
it?
nice, but it's the cutlery caught out 1 or 2, I think, today.
Wooden forks are not ideal, are they? I don't think.
131 for 3. Northamptonshire just needing to get something more in the wickets column as Proctor bustles in and bowls and dropped down into the offside by Madsen. Well fielded by Calvin Harrison, coming round from gully to backward point, and Wayne Madsen, a bit of a difference of opinion with Brooke Guest as to whether there was a single there. Madsen had to turn and dash back and dive back into his crease. I think actually, even if Calvin Harrison had hit, I think he was okay. But it's not what you want at anybody's time of life. But having to get in the full length dive. But no harm done. Madsen is still there on 51, facing this next ball from Luke Proctor, forced away off the back foot up to extra cover, where Safe Zabe this time manages to field the ball rather than finding 2 handfuls of grass, as he did in the previous over.
The century stand. Madsen got 50 of them. Guest got 50 of them, and there was 1 extra. Very good.
How very egalitarian.
Yeah, that's what we're like here.
Excellent.
In the
Very good.
gritty north.
It's all of about an hour north of,
Home of
the soft south.
Home of the co-op.
Here's Proctor in, bowls short, pulled away by Madsen. It was a bit of a loopy bouncer from Proctor, and Madsen picks up an easy single down to deep backward square. Well, it takes Wayne Madsen up to 52. Derbyshire to 132 for 3. Yes, you cross the River Trent as you do, as I did yesterday, coming up the M1, and you sort of think, that's it, I'm in the north now. But then, of course, some people think the north is north of Watford Gap Services, which is in Northamptonshire. So, you know, nobody ever seems to know what we are.
I have wondered.
Yes, Proctor in bowls and Brooke Guest steering it down wide of Calvin Harrison's right hand in the gully, and a single cruise. Guest to 51, 133 for 3. You see it when you go up to Durham, of course. You see the big signs up there for the north. And
they barely mention it though most of the time.
No, they keep very quiet about it. But I was saying last year, I think, you know, what would ours say for the slightly southern bit of the East Midlands?
I think that's exactly where I describe you. Yeah, southern East Midlands, or north of the south.
Here's Proctor in bowls, turned away by Madsen again. Lovely timing. He's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to go all the way. Guthrie runs round and collects, sends in his return to Lewis McManus. 2 more to Wayne Madsen, who's obviously fortified by whatever he had for lunch today. 54 to him, 135 for 3. As Fletcher was saying, 20 runs scored since lunch, of which Wayne Madsen has scored 19. Proctor just having a chat with his senior pro, Rob Keogh, at the far end.
Has Keogh ever captained the side?
No.
No.
No, he's in his 14th consecutive season of Championship cricket with Northamptonshire. There's Proctor in, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Madsen, through to McManus end of the over. 135 for 3, 54 to Madsen, 51 to Guest. Keogh had his testimonial last year, and again seems to be enjoying his cricket. Made 64 his first innings of the season, continuing a remarkable run of scores in the first Championship match of the season for Rob Keogh. Made 300s, I think, in the last 4 years.
Wow.
In the first game of the season. But then, since then, 0 and 0.
It can happen.
It can happen.
It can happen. Madsen's got centuries in 17 successive seasons now for Derbyshire.
Remarkable. Remarkable stat.
It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? Not mine, David Griffin's, of course. All my stats aren't David Griffin's stats. So Guthrie begins a new over, bowling to Brooke Guest, who turns that one into the onside. And there is no run.
Being responsible as we are for our respective counties' archives, we had an interesting discussion just before we came back on air about photographs of players and how many we've got and how many we're missing. It's a bit like the old days of collecting the 1970 World Cup coins from the garage, and who are you missing? Who haven't you got? Ian Storey-Moore.
I've still got a Peter Osgood somewhere. This next one is up in the air, down towards fine leg. It's come off a top edge and it's gone all the way for 6, I think. Yes, it has. Rob Bailey signals 6, and it's the first of the match. Entirely involuntarily played in that direction by Brooke Guest. He moves on to 57, 141 for 3. He's just trying to turn that one round the corner, really. Big top edge. The man down there is at long leg rather than fine leg. Nobody would have been there under any normal circumstance. Although last week when Derbyshire were employing the backstop, it might have been of interest to Martin Anderson. As Guthrie is in again. Over the wicket, bowling to Guest, who drives this. That's a more conventional shot, and it's gone away to the cover boundary for 4. Really nice shot. It was James Sales giving chase to begin with. He wasn't chasing it for very long. That's 10 off 2 balls for Brooke Guest. 4 of them beautifully done.
Just had a message from Scott Reed, our colleague.
Oh, yes.
BBC Radio Lancashire up at Old Trafford. They were doing as they do, going around the grounds and on the various stream pictures, and they came across to us, and rather than seeing
Oh no.
cricket, they saw thee and me
How unpleasant.
filling the screen. I know, I said ghastly.
145 for 3. Guest goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. I'm getting concerned about a potential trip to Exeter now. They've opened a big grid which is next to the,
Gosh.
and it is it's virtually waterlogged in places. There are men out there with, look at that.
It's like a sort of super sopper,
You
isn't it?
can't play on that.
Extraordinary.
Oh, please carry on. They'd have to fit it in on Tuesday night, I think.
Barely got nothing else to do, so actually fine. Nice trip down to Exeter, just on the end of the M5, no problem.
145 for 3 here, glorious day. Played up in Burton. Guthrie bowls, that is driven by Guest. Drives it straight to Keogh. Doesn't field it cleanly, but gets enough of it to make sure that they don't go through for a single. 116 from 156 deliveries, this partnership worth now.
It does remind me of the rules of the old interleague cricket competition that they used to play. That one of the more sort of idiosyncratic rules, which was that if you were rained off, then you immediately conceded home advantage.
Yeah, like it was your fault that it was raining. It's Guthrie defended by Guest. That was the final ball of the over. 145 for 3. Those cup matches that start on a Monday night and continue throughout the course of the entire week just to fit them in. It always struck me as being slightly absurd, but
Happy days. 145 for 3 it is. It's just a little bit more overcast. You can see an aircraft going down into, well, I don't know, I assume East Midlands Airport,
yes.
just over the top of the members' pavilion there. Proctor it will be to continue, but Calvin Harrison's going through his slightly bizarre warming up routine that at the moment comprises is sort of bouncing
That's
up
the
and down.
one. That's the one that gets me.
It's the arms going in different directions. I know
I can't even begin to think how you do it.
complicated business. Proctor in bowls and cut away by Madsen. Long chase round the boundary for George Bartlett, who has not managed to keep it in. He managed to get a hand to it, but just deflected it over the boundary. So it's another 4 to Wayne Madsen. He goes to 58, 149 for 3. And now James Sales is being taken out of slip to go into backward point, and Calvin Harrison's going into second slip. Bartlett, who we talked about before lunch, is being the only Northamptonshire fielder in the floppy white sun hat, has now reverted to the Northamptonshire cap as Proctor is in bowls to Madsen, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. So I don't know whether it's a little superstition of his that he wears it when he first takes the field and then goes back to the cap, but now everybody is wearing the crimson Northamptonshire cap, which always pleases me. Dinosaurs.
I like a cap.
Here's Proctor in, bowls to Madsen, clips it away down to fine leg for 4. I think he got bat on it, yes he did. Signalled as a boundary by umpire Anthony Harris. Ricardo Vasconcelos trots down from first slip to retrieve, down below us. Another boundary to Madsen, 62 to him now off 76 balls, 153 for 3. Vasconcelos returning to his fielding position. He's at first slip, Harrison at second. Sales now back at backward point in the ring. Proctor in again, bowls and Madsen drives, not entirely convincingly. It goes off a thickish inside edge, out away through mid-wicket. He picks up a single as Broad pursues it. One more to Madsen, 63 to him. And Derbyshire to 154 for 3, bearing in mind they were 29 for 3 after just a touch under 40 minutes play this morning. 2 wickets to Luke Proctor, 1 to Liam Guthrie. Lloyd out for 11. Harry Kane for 0. Caleb Jewell for 16. But since then, Madsen and Guest have taken it on for Derbyshire. That's a short ball from Proctor that Brooke Guest ducks underneath. Signalled as one for the over by umpire Harris.
He almost fell forwards as well there, Brooke Guest. He's leaning on his bat and all of a sudden he's crumpling in a big heap.
Proctor just having a chat with Rob Keogh in there at mid-off, who seems to be ball polisher in chief today. Here's Proctor, and again, and bowls Guest. Punches it back down the pitch. It's fielded by Luke Proctor. It's 154 for 3. 63 rather to Wayne Madsen. 61 to Brooke Guest. I shall just go off and update BBC Radio Northampton into their football programme this afternoon. Back with you shortly.
It's a shame you didn't have one at 11:30, or just after, isn't it, really?
It could have been chaos, couldn't it, really? But,
well, much better news than now. But yes, 154 for 3. Derbyshire, Madsen 63, Guest 61, the partnership 125. It will be Liam Guthrie to bowl his 10th over of the innings. Bowled really nicely first up. Picked up the wicket of Caleb Jewell for 16. He's on his way in now from the racecourse end. Bowls and is driven by Madsen out towards the cover boundary. I think that might go all the way for 4. It's being chased down by James Sales, but again, he gives up the chase because the ball was always going to beat him, and Madsen moves to 67. Derbyshire to 158 for 3. Well done, the cameraman who's on it at the moment. Follow that ball all the way to the boundary. Partnership up to 129. See if I can see who it is. Process of elimination. It's Luke. With his bobble hat on. Can't say I blame him. Over on the balcony of the members' pavilion. Guthrie's going to go around the wicket now to Madsen, who guides that away. Late cut by Madsen, 4 runs down to the backward point boundary. He moves into the 70s, 71 now to Madsen, 162 for 3. That's been a splendid innings, and he's really motored since lunch. He was 35 off 57, so in 22 deliveries, he scored 36 runs. That is some going. Ball slowly being returned to Liam Guthrie, who sets off again. Balls to Madsen. That one is off an inside half of the bat up towards mid-on, where Proctor gets into the long barrier to do the fielding. Some darker clouds to the west, but the prevailing wind, it would seem from the clouds, is very much from the south. We're right on the edge of this this band of rain that is going up the country. It could rain at any time. It might not rain at all. Who knows? As Guthrie is in, and Madsen pushes this up towards Proctor once again at mid-on, and there's no run. But the good thing is that after it has rained here, indeed, if it does, there is a very large band of, a large break in that band of heavy cloud. So we should be all right, but the wind is just starting to get up again. You look at the poplars behind the hotel away to the right. They're just moving around a little bit more than they were previously. As Guthrie around the wicket, he's in again. That one's down the leg side. Madsen tries to help it on its way. There is a man down at long leg in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. He made no contact with it though, so he remained unemployed. Derby County still trailing by a goal to 0 at home to Luton Town at Millenich Alley. Goal after just 10 minutes. The roar of the Luton fans we could hear from here. As Guthrie bowls, it's driven straight back at him by Madsen. He then throws the ball. Got to be careful of that. It was nowhere near Madsen in the end. go throwing balls around willy-nilly these days. It's simply not allowed. End of the over. 71 to Madsen, 61 to Guest. Partnership 133. Derbyshire 162 for 3. Jane's got an announcement to make.
Jewell from the City end, Dom Leach.
There we go. I was cheating, so I pick up the microphone. So Dom Leach will replace Luke Proctor. 3 overs for 24 since lunch for him, including 9 off the last over that he bowled. So presumably that's why the skipper has decided to take a little breather and try something a bit different. Leach, 7 overs for 22 this morning. A couple of different spells. Umpire Harris is just pointing out towards the car park for some reason. He's ready. Rob Bailey, our square leg umpire for this over. Inspecting his fingernails. There is now a square leg, so there's a square leg and a long leg. Is Leach rather going to be asked to bowl short? He's in, bowl short. That one is turned around the corner nicely by Brooke Guest for 4. Not the delivery that Leach wanted to bowl, probably the length, but certainly not the direction. And away it went. It sped to the boundary. Not quite in front of the new stand, but not far off. 166 for 3. Guest just spins his bat. Proctor has a word with Leach, who's now on his way in. 2 slips in place. That one is a length ball that's guided out into the offside, fielded by Sales. Lots of chatter out there. But as disappointing as the first half hour of the morning session was, first half hour of the afternoon session, it's been much, much better for Derbyshire, who've put on 51 runs so far. The Leach is in, and that's pushed out into the offside once again by Brooke Guest. Man at first slip, he's going through all sorts of contortions, Calvin Harrison. Not sure how he does it, really. Leach is on his way in once more. City end, left alone by Guest to go through to the keeper. Elsewhere, it's raining in Manchester. Lancashire 61 for 3, as they were at lunch, I think. 31 overs gone there. Glamorgan 111 for 2 against Middlesex at Lords. And Gloucestershire now 127 for 4 against Kent at Canterbury. It's also raining in Birmingham. It is very much down the western side of the country. No play at Southampton at the moment either due to rain. As Leach is in again, and it's driven by Guest. But there is no run as it's driven up to mid-off. So raining at Southampton, raining at Birmingham. Sussex 154 for 2 against Surrey at Hove. Yorkshire 103 for 3 against Durham at Chester Street, in what I did see laughingly called a derby. Essex 112 for 5 against Worcestershire. Interesting. This next delivery from Leach is driven into the offside, straight to safe Zabe. And there's no run, and the over comes to an end. 65 to Guest, 71 to Madsen, 166 for 3 Derbyshire after 38 overs. Yorkshire against, or Durham against Yorkshire, the Northern Derby. That's what it described as. I think I live closer to Derby than it is between Yorkshire and Durham, and I live in Lancashire.
Just having a little look. I think I'm a little wondering about the light. I think it is just a tad murky now out there.
Well, they won't want to put the lights on because it usually gets darker when these lights go on.
Well, it is a wee bit murky out there now, and you said you thought that there might be a bit of rain on the way. Let's hope there isn't, but it does certainly look a bit gloomy. Fine at the moment, though. Justin Broad is going to continue from this racecourse end. Umpire's just having a chat again, this time at long distance. I know, as we mentioned earlier, Rob loves a natter, but I think he's just, umpire Harris is maybe just saying we could do with the lights on here. Just the walkie-talkie is out. 166 for 3. It's going to be Justin Broad. 2 slips in, bowling to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen forcing that away out into the covers. And there's no run. Apologies for my protracted absence.
No,
unfortunately, I just hit the team news down at Charlton, and it does tend to take quite a long time for them to go through all the various squads. Yeah, it seems to be Brooke Guest and Rob Bailey now having a conversation about where the weather's coming from. There's a certain amount of gesticulating as Broad is in. Shapes back into Madsen. He works it out at the onside up to Proctor at mid-on.
I would suggest that neither is particularly local.
Well, no. I mean, Rob did play here for a bit, I suppose. But
yeah, but the pitch was the other way around.
That's true, of course. Yeah. You know,
that might throw in.
Yeah.
Used to come from there.
Still lives in Northamptonshire, not too far away from Northampton. Here's Broad in and clipped away by Madsen down to long leg for a single.
One of my correspondents, Anthony from Hena, who's in the permanent temporary stand at the bottom end of the ground to us, said there had been a couple of spots of rain. He said, but I bought an expensive umbrella yesterday, so I think we might be in the clear.
167 for 3, 72 to Madsen. The Northamptonshire Coaching Brains Trust having another lap around the ground. Here's Broad, hangs that outside the off-stump. Guest lets it go through. They're in a very bad position, Darren Lehman and Rory Kleinfeld, if it does rain now, because they're about as far from cover in terms of the Players' Pavilion that you could get. They're right over the other side of the ground.
Do you think we could see either of them, or indeed both, run?
Don't think so.
No, I didn't.
I think they will continue their dignified walk around the ground. He's Broad in, pushed out into the covers, just almost a point by Guest. There's no run to be had. It is definitely getting a little bit darker, but well, as I say, the weather apps have been all over the place in terms of whether it's going to rain today or not. But also, as Fletcher was just saying, there is a bit about.
Just looking at the movement of the clouds, and it is sort of coming from where we're looking, and it's brighter in the distance.
Well, let's hope that's a good omen. He's Broad in again, bowls to Guest. He plays defensively back down the pitch. Broadfield's off his own bowling. 167 for 3 it stays. Madsen is 72. Guest is 65, and indeed, right on cue, the lights are coming on.
A flicker. They're not the modern LEDs by any manner of means here at the county ground in Derby. They will come.
There are 4 junior members of the ground staff underneath, one underneath each of them, pedalling.
It's very much that kind of thing.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think lights might be on the agenda with the August windfall.
Oh yes.
I think. Here's Leach from the City end bowling to Madsen, who turns this one down to long leg to go through for a single. It was Guthrie fielding down there to our left-hand side.
Well, my preferred option for Northamptonshire's millions, which I'm sure they'll take absolutely no notice of at all, is something you definitely don't need here at Derby, and that's a new media centre.
A roof. Yes, that would be.
Have an absolutely splendid one here. Ours could maybe do with a little bit of TLC.
Lick a paint. Leach bowls edged and down into the ground and away down to third man for 4. He just sort of pushed at that ball. He pushed at it, but it went down quite quickly. I wasn't sure exactly where it was going to go. It was a long way wide of Calvin Harrison in the end at second slip. It definitely came off the edge of the bat, not for the first time And Brooke Guest moves on to 69, 172 for 3. Partnership now 143. Fine effort by these two from 29 for 3. When Northamptonshire's decision to bowl first, it looked like paying dividends. Here is Leach again, bowls. That one's short and pulled in front of square by Guest. There is a man out there. I think they'll settle for a single. There was a little fumble out there by Justin Broad, but didn't fumble it sufficiently far away from his body for them to risk a second. So Guest moves to 70. 173 for 3.
That last delivery suggesting there's not a lot of pace or bounce in this now. Now the ball has got that bit softer. It just sat up nicely, didn't it? He dug it in.
Well,
And it just,
Leach's first delivery, when they put the two men out, I said that he might bowl a short one here, and it just basically sat up and was turned around the corner very fine by Guest. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Madsen.
Yes.
Never sure how hybrid pitches
no.
go, what happens. And they shouldn't deteriorate, should they?
Well, he should. No, although you're speaking to somebody that drove all the way down to Bristol last year to drive all the way back again.
Yes. This one certainly isn't dangerous in any way.
Heavens, no. Well, it's question. I mean, there was a certain amount of discussion as to whether that was dangerous. It was unfit, palpably, but whether it was dangerous is perhaps another discussion.
Leach to Madsen, leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Yes, quite. There is a big difference between the two.
I think obviously with a couple of, and you can sympathise with the umpires. A couple of players got hit, and Vasconcelos broke a finger. He had to go off, and Rob Keogh got pinned as well. It wasn't a lot of fun out there, but I think the interesting question about that service was what would have happened had Gloucestershire, with their faster bowlers, bowled first.
Leach bowls, Madsen cuts. He's going to get a single. There's a man patrolling the boundary. Away to our right, it's Sales. They do go through for a single, and Madsen has now started counting properly. He's pinched the strike. He's on 74. Guest has 70. 174 for 3 with the lights on here at the county ground in Derby. It is weird because the football ground's no more than a mile or so in front of us, but there is no hint that there is anything there. And you can't even really see it when you come in on the A52 unless you look hard for it.
Well, no, the only sign I had that where I'm staying is close to there is the signs for Pride Park, and you're sort of following those for a good part of the way. Here's Broad, running in again to bowl, very full and clipped away by Madsen, but straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Broad now into his 7th over, no wicket for 29. Work's been fairly evenly shared around the seamers. Guthrie's bowled 10, Proctor's bowled 12, but he's been certainly the pick of the bowlers. Broad is in his 7th, Leach has bowled 9, and Calvin Harrison just those 3 overs before lunch. Here's Broad in again, bowls, and that nips back in at Madsen, who takes a hand off the bat as he plays it out into the onside. And there's no run. The lights now pretty much taking full effect.
Yeah, marvellous. Huge difference.
It's not that noticeable, but not quite casting shadows anyway, put it that way. Here's Broad in again, bowls down the leg side, and a good half stop by Lewis McManus. Get to glove to it, but it's going to be signalled a bye by umpire Bailey. One more onto the total, 175 for 3.
Can't be long before they show the ball to the umpires, can it?
No, well, they get the handcuffs out, won't they? Because it hasn't done anything for a while, so that's usually the signal. They're starting to look at it slightly old-fashioned. Rob Keogh's doing his best to polish it up, but we're now into the 41st over. There'll be a lot of shine there. Here is Broad. In and bowls and hits him on the pad. Appeal to Rob Bailey, not out. he says. Guest didn't get much of a stride in there, but it just didn't look right.
Going down.
Might have been going down, might have been a bit high actually. Either way, it just didn't look one of those that you would expect to see given, and as I say, we are in a pretty good position here. Certainly the first ball of the match looked tight when,
I'll say.
when Guthrie
I was showing it again at lunchtime.
is brought in, driven by Guest up to mid-on, Proctor Fields, and there's no run. First ball of the game, Liam Guthrie hit David Lloyd. Well, it looked a very, very good shout from where we are, which is absolutely behind the line.
I think it would probably only have hit middle halfway up, but
Well, whether there was a little
I
inside
think
edge.
that could be the only thing that
Yeah.
saved him. Yeah, absolutely.
He is brought in, bowls and cut away by Brooke Guest, and that's 4 runs. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat. The 2 fielders set off in pursuit, but it was a question of which one of them was going to get there first to retrieve it and send it back in. That's a glorious shot from Brooke Guest. He joins his captain on 74. It's the 150 partnership between these two. 179 for 3. Madsen is 74 and Brooke Guest is 74. And this recovery has been absolutely superb. 29 for 3. Now 179 for 3. And as I mentioned, I'll just do my piece for BBC Radio Northampton. The Northamptonshire attack just looking a little bit bereft of ideas. Maybe it's time for a bit of Calvin Harrison, just to give them something different to think about.
Madsen's got 74 of this 150. Brooke Guest has got 74. Remarkable how they've matched each other. Just 2 extras in the partnership. As Leach is into bowl to Madsen, who cuts this away. That might go all the way for 4 as well. It does. There is a despairing dive out there on the boundary's edge by George Bartlett, but he always looked second favourite to get to the ball before it reached the boundary, and so it proved. Madsen moves on to 78, bypassing his shirt number. 183 for 3. Only 54 overs to go today as well. I wonder how many of those we'll get.
I wonder.
Gloomy in Derby, slightly more gloomy. Now the full-time whistle's gone at Pride Park, and they've lost by a goal to nil at home to fellow relegation-threatened side Luton Town. They're now level on points with Luton and outside the relegation zone, only on goal difference, with a trip to West Brom to come on Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can hear the inquest into that now if you so desire on FM and DAB, as Madsen turns the next Leach delivery into the leg side. They've run the first one reasonably quickly, but Broad gets to the ball and keeps them down to a single. Madsen moves to 79, 184 for 3. Speaking of Derby County, Mason Bennett is coming on for Burton Albion, along with the magnificently named Fabio Tavares, who's on loan from Coventry City.
Chris's lad, huh?
Yes. He's sharp. Very sharp. Leach in and bowls, driven by Guest, but straight to safe Zabe at cover.
Now, one observation I can make now is that the Northamptonshire coaching staff, doing another lap of the ground, have now decided to go anti-clockwise rather than clockwise. So they're obviously trying to walk a wicket as
Well, it's right for runs and left for wickets. They're now going the wrong way.
well, maybe it's different on a bank holiday.
Well, yes, well, in Australia, because it goes the other way, doesn't it? It goes the other way.
You've got an Australian and a South African there.
Southern Hemisphere goes the other way. Here comes Leach to bowl the 4th ball of the over. That's left alone by Guest. It was a quicker delivery outside the off stump and allowed to go through to McManus. So is that Sales they're talking to out there?
George
No,
Bartlett.
George Bartlett, of course it is. He's just fielded the ball.
Just having a natter out there. Quite sure.
But they have some observations. It was interesting because on the 3rd day at Leicester, 3rd day, Mickey Arthur came stomping out of the pavilion when Derbyshire weren't bowling particularly well, as Leach is in and bowls to Guest, who just defends it back down the pitch to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. And you could see he was angry. And you could see from where we were he was angry, and he basically unloaded on poor old Jack Morley, who's probably the most junior of the members of the team in terms of experience. He was tasked with passing on Mickey Arthur's words of wisdom to the rest of the team.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Well, he was definitely angry, and right to be angry. In fairness, final ball of the Leach over, almost gets through Guest's defences. Not much bat on that one, but enough to push it back to the bowler. And the over comes to an end. 79 to Madsen, 74 to Guest. The partnership 155, Derbyshire 184 for 3.
Did he have to look and see what some of the words meant?
I think so.
Yeah. It's interesting because according to the weather radar, it should be raining now here, but
Yes.
it doesn't appear to be.
No.
But according to the one I've been using,
I don't know what's going on really.
no, it's all a little bit strange. But as I say, when I asked David Griffin earlier, who's Mr. Derbyshire in many respects, I said, "What about the weather?" I thought he was just the man to ask. Don't know.
Seems fair.
So if Griff doesn't know, then what chance the rest of us have got? Here's Broad, starting a fresh over, the 43rd of the innings, and just getting a little bit of bounce, but Madsen is in behind it very solidly. Plays it back up towards mid-on, where Rafi Weatherall is on the field.
Ah,
So somebody is off. I'm just looking to see who's not out there. I don't think Luke Proctor's out there at the moment, which means that Lewis McManus will be in charge. Broad in, bowls and on-driven, and fielded there by Rafi Weatherall at mid-on. I don't think the captain's out there, so conversation going down on the boundary involving 3 coaches, Darren Lehman, Rory Kleinveld and Greg Smith, with Dom Leach in front of the East Midlands demolition stand, as I always call it. Great description. Here's Broad turns. Well, Broad is turned away by Madsen out to deep square for a single. There's a man back there just giving a little bit of cover. Save Zabe.
sparsely populated East Midlands demolition stand.
Yes.
At the moment, it's the only area other than inside the members' pavilion with any cover. So it might be worth wandering towards it if you're out on the ground at the moment.
185 for 3. Here's Brooke Guest. Facing Broad, very full, and again clipped away down on the leg side. This time it's going to be Leach at long leg who does the fielding rather than Zabe at deep square. But the outcome is the same. It's a single, 75 to Guest, 186 for 3. One of the Derbyshire players and a couple of the coaches now heading round towards the nets.
It's like Pat Brown going for a bat. I'm not sure why Pat Brown does bat in the nets, but Ben Smith, of course.
Oh yes,
One of them. Alex Hughes, the other.
and that one nips back at Madsen again. Broad's just getting the odd one to nip in, mostly into the two right-handers from this end. That hit Wayne Madsen fairly high up on the pad, maybe a bit of bat on it as well. He's rubbing his thigh pad, so there was no appeal. Weatherall, as we said, on for the captain, so Lewis McManus, who is the Red Ball vice-captain, captains the side, or has been captaining the side in the 50-over competition. I think what Darren Lehman was saying up at Old Trafford is likely to be the case again come August. Here's Broad in, bowls and flicked away. No ball called by umpire Bailey, or is he just going to signal leg by? It's a pre-signal. It rolled away down to backward square, and they come through for a leg by, signalled deftly by umpire Bailey. 187 for 3. Madsen is 80. Guest is 75. Partnership now worth 158. For those of you wondering, highest Derbyshire fourth wicket
Well,
partnership
I was wondering. I was starting to wonder.
against Northamptonshire is 237 by Dan Redfern and Wavell Hines at Wantage Road in 2009. So a little way to go yet.
Not one of the more ancient
No,
records.
no, it's not Sam Coe and somebody. Oh, Sam Coe was Leicestershire, wasn't it?
I don't know. I've never heard of him, but I just nodded.
Yeah.
Because it's Leach from the City end. Bowls to Madsen, hits him on the pad. Big appeal. Ooh, was there inside edge?
Didn't look a bad shout.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Might just have been shaping down, or as you say, there might have been an inside edge, and that's something we can't see from here, being having his back to us.
Just have a little look. Yeah, it looked a good shout. Immediately they go and concentrate on somebody in the stand. Didn't look a bad shout. Umpire Harris unimpressed by the appeal. Madsen's still there. He's on 80. 75 to Brooke Guest. 187 for 3. Leach is in again. That one is driven by Madsen. It's into a bit of a gap here, and Rob Keogh looked at it and thought, nah. And he was probably right, because the ball has gone away to the boundary. But just for a moment I thought, oh, he's going to chase this. Nah.
That was an old pros chase,
Yeah,
wasn't it? Really?
Just show a bit of will in
yeah,
it,
just
and then we'll
let it get far enough ahead.
Yeah, it's always going to beat me. So 4 more to Madsen. He moves to 84. I'm not blaming him in any way, by the way. I don't think he could have caught it.
No.
But he showed plenty of willing initially. Luke Proctor is now speaking to the 3 wise men.
He's just about to go back on him.
Yeah. Keeping conversation with Darren Lehman at the moment.
Some more bowling boots, isn't
As Leach is in once again, Madsen leaves alone outside the off stump.
Talking about names of former Derbyshire players, I did love the mention that the aforementioned Dave Griffin in his very interesting notes that he always does about the games. You look at those yesterday, and he mentioned Levi Wright.
Yes.
Who, I think scored the first century for
you're right.
Derbyshire
I
against
remember reading
Northamptonshire
that.
way back.
I remember reading that. It's in there. I always print them off and then never look at them, which is always a bit of a shame. It's the 177th meeting between the two sides in first-class cricket, as that one is defended by Madsen. Back towards Dom Leach. Yes, the same names tend to crop up on a regular basis in these previews. Levi Wright, you're right. 1905, 195 here at Derby. The most recent was at Chesterfield in 2018. That was the man who's out in the middle now, Wayne Madsen, made 116. Well done, Griff. Here's Leach in and bowls to Madsen. That one just trapped him. Well, he trapped himself, really, but because he went back and he shouldn't have done. Almost jumped into his stumps. Just about got the bat down in time. Ball dribbled out into the offside and go down as a dot ball. Nothing happened. But
No ball, actually.
Or was it?
It was, it was signalled a no ball, which I did wonder, because he sort of stifled the appeal, whether he just picked up the call and realised that it was pointless appealing. But,
first one of the match, I believe.
yeah.
Lewis Rees at Leicester picked up a wicket off a no ball, or he didn't. Logan Van Beek he dismissed or didn't. Leach is in, and that is pushed by Madsen up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Keogh. The ball just seems to be, it might be its age, it's now, 44 overs old, just starting to do a bit more again. It stopped doing anything, it stopped swinging, and it hasn't really been doing much off the pitch. But it just started to do a little bit.
Justin Broad from this end, as the last couple of overs has just found a wee bit of something there, hasn't he?
Final ball of Leach's 11th over then into Madsen, and Madsen gets struck on the pad outside, going down leg, I would think, even from this vantage point. And the fact that the umpire's not signalling anything means he's hit it as well. He moves on to 85. Guest has 75. Derbyshire 194 for 3. That would
Apart from that,
definitely preclude it from being given out, certainly.
1905, which was Northamptonshire's first season in the County Championship. You mentioned Levi Wright, 195. If I remember rightly, quite early in his innings, it was one of those where dear old Charlie Smith, who was keeping for Northamptonshire in that season, who would have been, 46 by then. It's one of those where I remember reading an account that he caught it, threw it up and dropped it. And Levi Wright stayed there, given not out, and went on to make 195. Here's Broad to continue, starting his 9th over from this racecourse end, and just gets a little bit of bounce again, but Madsen up on his toes, works it into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, it was one of those seasons where that particular year Northamptonshire won at Wantage Road and Derbyshire won here. Won quite comfortably here as well, 9 innings and 50 runs.
Wantage Road holds a very special place in my memory of watching Derbyshire, which I'll come back to.
Here's Broad in, wide outside the off stump, and I'm afraid that got exactly what it deserved. It was short, it was wide, and it was 4. Takes Madsen to 89, cut away through backward point. 89 to him, 198 for 3.
It's been the quietest I've ever been inside a cricket ground, and it was when Billy Godleman left the field. I think it was either 2018, something like that, when he'd been caught in the deep, and clearly everybody thought he'd been caught in the deep, apart from Billy Godleman, and the umpires took his word rather than the fielders. He then stood on his own wickets and was out, and it was quieter than if there had been nobody there.
Here's Broad in, wide outside the off stump. Has he got a nick? He has. Well, Broad, that was not the best delivery he's bowled today, or will ever bowl. It was wide outside the off stump. Madsen threw the bat at it, got a little edge through, and Rob Bailey didn't lift the finger, he just nodded. It seemed all the Northamptonshire fielders and the bowler were up in unison, and Madsen goes for 89, so no 4th 100 against Northamptonshire for Wayne Madsen today. That excellent partnership for the 4th wicket is broken. Northamptonshire needed something to happen, and slightly against the run of play there. Madsen has gone for 89 off 110 balls, and Derbyshire 198 for 4. Partnership worth 169 for the 4th wicket.
He'd be quite angry with himself. Wayne doesn't tend to get angry, Wayne Madsen, but you'd expect him to be quite angry with himself there, because he had to reach for that. He had to reach a long way to play at that ball. He should really have left it. And he's just giving some instructions there to the new batter, who's Lewis Rees, opening bat by trade. Now batting down in the middle order, being given a bit more of a workload with the ball. He's been opening the bowling this season, generally with Zach Chappell. But it'd be disappointing if it's out, yeah.
Well, yeah, it was a nothing ball, wasn't it? Really, it didn't. We were saying about Broad has actually bowled quite well in this spell, but that was not by any stretch of the imagination one of his better deliveries. It was just fairly wide outside the off stump. Had some eyes lit up, as it were, and just got a little nick through to the keeper. So
just didn't need to play at it, did he?
No. 89 runs he made off 110 balls with 14 fours for Wayne Madsen. So Lewis Rees it is, left-hander, taking guard from umpire Bailey. Now will Broad come round the wicket? He's got a handful of green sawdust at the moment, Justin Broad. So Brooke Guest is just having a chat with Luke Proctor. Justin Broad is putting aforementioned green sawdust where his feet land coming round the wicket, so he's going to come round. Brooke Guest suspends his conversation with Luke Proctor. Goes across to the other side, so Justin Broad gets his name in the wickets column. 6th wicket of the season. 2 slips in. New batter to bowler, Lewis Rees. 2 slips, short extra and a short mid-wicket, and that's pushed by Rees up Back to the man on the drive at short mid-wicket, that's George Bartlett. And there's no run. Rees had a successful season with the ball, certainly 13 wickets at 19, 10 in the match against Gloucestershire, the game that Derbyshire won first up. And he batted 3 times, 53 runs at 26, highest score 36 not out. His broad round the wicket to him. And Rees's hit on the pad must have been outside the line.
You could see all 3 stumps behind him.
Yes, that was more in hope than expectation, I think. Umpire Bailey just inclines the head. Yeah, Rob Bailey now is about exactly the same age as you. We were discussing age earlier on. He was born in he's a 63, got a 63.
Very fine
born.
year.
Oh,
Very fine.
almost as good as 62. Now Broad just tweaking his field a little bit. He's moving his deep square. James Sales round a little bit behind square, and that's clipped away by Rees, but straight to Keogh at mid-on. So end of Justin Broad's 9th over, in which he took his first wicket of the game. 9 overs, 1 for 39, 198 for 4. Guest is still there on 75. Lewis Rees yet to get off the mark, and in that over, Wayne Madsen caught McManus, bowled Broad for 89. As mentioned, that stand worth 169, and it's still a bit murky out there, but ground staff, I'm not sure if it's a good sign or not. They're walking round down below us. I'm not sure
Coming
if that
to the
means
hover
they're coming
cover.
to the hover cover,
Yeah.
or whether they're just going to have a late lunch or something.
Yeah,
But,
no, they'll be coming to the hover cover. They've clearly decided that there is some rain. No, it's certainly not as wet as it was at
Exeter.
or as it is at Exeter. Yeah, well,
That's
Burton have just had a
extraordinary.
massive let-off. The Exeter have had a goal disallowed for offside. I've seen it 4 times now, and I can't see it was offside. But it was disallowed. Point will be better than nothing, clearly. Let me wait to see what Bristol Rovers do at Wrexham this afternoon. 198 for 4 here as Leach begins his 12th over, turning to the leg side. First delivery by Guest. They're going to come back for the second as well and get back comfortably enough in the end. That's nice running. The 200 is up for Derbyshire. 200 for 4 in the 46th over, 45.1 overs. 29 for 3 seems a long way away now. At the time, you wondered where the game was going. Well, it was going one way. As Leach is in, and it's defended by Guest out into the offside. There is no run. I'm slightly distracted by my phone because I'm expecting to be summoned in the next 5 minutes or so to do something. Yeah, they're moving the advertising boards away from in front of the cover now. The players will be looking at that and thinking, 3 o'clock kickoffs, excellent. All on the telly.
Well, as I say,
Don't mind if I do.
according to the radar, I think it should have been raining about half an hour
Well,
ago.
yeah, I
but,
think we've got away with it. I really do. Here is Leach. In, runs towards us, and it's cut away by Brooke Guest. Sort of, I was going to say, in between second slip and point. And they're a long way apart, but it was in the air for a long, long time off Brooke Guest's bat.
hit that hard, didn't he?
He did hit it very hard. He moves to 81, 204 for 4. I'm not very good at spotting rain either. There's a couple of bits. You have to look somewhere dark.
It
don't
is
you?
raining.
Yeah.
So up against the scoreboard, you can see it
I
now.
don't think we're long for this world.
Yeah, you can see it's just starting to rain against the black of the scoreboard over to our right. Not heavy by any means, but
Steadfastly refusing to put umbrellas
Yes.
up, which is very, very good of them. As Leach is in and bowls, that's left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper.
few cagoules in evidence today around the ground.
Yes.
Wind cheaters.
There's a rather fetching pink one in the permanent temporary stand halfway
Oh,
up
yes.
left-hand side, like that.
And an equally lurid green one over the other side.
Yes. I think I'd rather wear the pink one, if I'm honest.
It matches your ECB pass.
Yes, which are very pink this year.
Oh, very pink.
Very exciting. Ball eventually worked back to Leach, who as soon as he gets it, sets off towards us, bowls to Guest, who gets trapped in front. Now again, big appeal, but I thought I heard some bat. I don't know. Ajmal Shahzad is currently taking the bags with the all the equipment that they use for warming up. He's taking it in, so he knows it's going to rain. We all know it's going to rain.
Well, as you say, I think we've done well to get this far on in the day. Certainly, if you looked at the forecast this morning, it was suggesting that by some time ago it should have been raining. But
the only person who isn't expecting rain is Calvin Harrison, who continues to warm up at second slip as Leach comes in to complete his 12th over with a shortish delivery. And well, Guest went for that one. The ball was past him really quickly, and as a result, it's through to the keeper. And the over comes to an end. Reset to get off the mark. He's only faced 3 deliveries. Guest has 81 and Derbyshire 204 for 4. And still we go.
Well, Rob Bailey's now pointing over the roof of the hotel.
Yeah, I don't think it's got anything to do with anything. The weather's coming from over the roof of the health centre at the far end.
He might be pointing to the kitchen or something of the hotel and saying, "Do you think they could rustle me something up?"
That's my room up there. Look, I'm fairly sure he's not stopping in that hotel.
No, so I would have thought not. Broad it is to continue. He picked a wicket in his previous over, coming round the wicket to Lewis Rees and turned away nicely by Rees for his first run. It is only going to be 1 as well. Thought about second, and Brooke Guest seemed rather more keen than Lewis Rees, which is slightly counterintuitive, but anyway, they settle for the single. James Sales is out there, he has got a good arm. 205 for 4, so Rees is underway with a single. There's one thing for sure, if Rob Bailey was thinking that he might get another slice of Scorer Jane's very nice Easter cake, then he might be more inclined to nip off.
She could radio through to him.
That's quite good. She's got the old walkie-talkie. Here's Broad, and again in bowls, and again just shapes it back into Guest, just tucks him up a little bit. Plays it out to Guthrie at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still 2 slips in. Backward point. Couple of men in the covers. Extraordinary noise from down below us that makes umpire Rob Bailey have a look. We're trying to get the thing moving on.
We're just making sure it still works.
Here's Broad in, bowls, and again Guest going back on his stumps, and
that's when they've had most issues.
Yeah,
it is. Played back.
And Broad might, a couple of times now, he's just thought he was in business, but Guest managing to get a bat on it. It's been a good spell from Justin Broad. Probably wasn't his best first thing, but he's really got into his work since lunch. Bowled well. Here's Broad in again. That's a full toss. Famous commentator's curse, but he gets away with it. It's driven by Guest up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
0-0. It's finished at St James's Park, the other St James's Park down at Exeter. Waypoint for Burton.
Here's Broad in again, and this time forward comes Brooke Guest, pushes it out into the covers for Bartlett to field, and there's no run.
Now the real football starts.
What's that?
I've just seen the "This is Prenton Park" sign. There we go.
You're saying about the St James's Park. I think he's thinking about St James Park, Brackley, home of Brackley Town.
Oh, so they play at St James Park as well?
It's St James Park, not St James's Park.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
I've been there.
Here's Broad in, bowls, and once again Guest on the front foot, this time pushing it out to extra cover where Bartlett eventually tidies up, and that's another dot ball to finish the over. 205 for 4. Guest is 81. Rees is 1. It's still raining a little bit in the air, but the umps don't seem too fussed about it at the moment. Lights are on.
Brackley in your
Brackley, yes.
Northampton's area, are they? Okay.
Just, yeah. I mean, Brackley is right down in the south of Northamptonshire, so they tend to get a bit of joint coverage from us and from Oxford as well. But just this side of the Northamptonshire border with Oxfordshire. Lovely town, Brackley.
Strange ground. I remember going there years ago with Halifax Town. It was just basically a field with a fence around it. I assume it's been developed in some way now. Lewis Rees batting on off stump. Defends the first delivery ball to him by Leach of this over. Took his guard and off stump.
He's a long way over, isn't he?
Presumably he's working on the principle that if it hits his pads, it'll have pitched outside.
It's still raining, you know, quite steadily.
I'm surprised. Yes, even I can see it now. I'm surprised they're still out there.
Rob Bailey just rubbed his hand over the outfield, presumably just to see if it's starting to get a wee bit.
It'll soak in so quickly, won't it?
No
Next
ball.
delivery, and there's a no ball again. A big appeal, but no ball given.
Mentioned earlier on, Fletch, that Dom Leach had no ball issues in his first spell against Kent. He didn't play at Old Trafford, but bowled 4 or 5 in his first 3 overs. It was only really when he swapped ends that he seemed to get it right. I've just seen somebody in the permanent temporary stand at the far end just giving it best. Coming down the steps, get under cover.
Here is Leach in and bowls to Risu. It's another no ball. Leaves alone outside the off stump. 209 for 4. Jakob Vidal Zetterstrom, the Derby County goalkeeper, signed at great expense in January. He's going to miss the rest of the season. The remaining 3 matches. He's got a fractured eye socket.
Oh dear.
Sounds very painful to me, that kind of thing. I'm not sure they're going to come to me. Let's see if they do. 209 for 4. Leach is in and bowls, and that one is clipped away for his first run by second run by Lewis Rees. Down to long leg. Fielded down there by Guthrie. Emergency services getting overexcited. 210 for 4.
Somebody lost in the middle of the Pentagon roundabout.
It's just going round and round, yeah.
Now the umps are going to have a chat now.
I'm not surprised.
No, well, Lewis Rees is voting. He's voting with his feet.
Yeah.
No, Brooke Guest
Round off
rather.
they go.
They've decided that
Off
that's it.
they go. So 210 for 4. So apologies for the. Just turn that down a touch.
So they've come off
Yeah.
with 47 overs and 2 balls. Time now just shy of 3 o'clock. I think, to be fair, to all concerned, they gave it as long as they sensibly could. We're just hoping it might just be a shower that would clear through. But the hover cover is now being hauled on.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Not that you would have noticed, but and it is indeed starting to rain a bit more heavily now. Rob Bailey and Anthony Harris have moved the stumps out to one side onto a neighbouring strip, but it is now raining quite steadily, and those hardy souls that stand at the far end of the ground were sitting out in it. I think most of them have now decided that it'd be a very good idea to get under cover, maybe go and get themselves an early cup of tea. And I, for one, don't blame him. And this magnificent hover cover.
Good, isn't it?
It is very
I'm very
good.
excited by it. They just manoeuvred it into play. I think it's fantastic. They've manoeuvred it into place with the minimum of fuss, not necessarily the minimum of noise, because it was right down below us. And Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, is just making sure it's in the right place. They'll switch it off. Bosh, it's all covered, and we don't need to mess around. The one thing that they haven't got yet is the roller covers on either side. They're still awaiting the arrival of them, I think. But yeah, there it is. It's settled down now.
Oh, there he goes.
The pitch is covered.
It's a bit like banging your head against a brick wall, isn't it? It's lovely when it
Beautiful.
stops.
Yes, it's very noisy indeed.
But a terrific bit of kit. terms of getting as much cricket as we possibly can, which is what we always want and what people paying to come and watch deserve.
The good thing is that the ground staff are not putting the sheets on the rest of the square, which means that, yes, it's raining now, but they don't feel that it's going to be too much of a job once it does stop raining for them to tidy things up and that kind of thing. So what we'll do is, myself and Andrew will take a break, a thoroughly deserved break. With Derbyshire on 210 for 4, we've still got 48 overs and 4 balls left today, which means that we're still 16 overs or more away from tea. We won't lose any overs to begin with. We may not get through all 96 today. I'm fairly sure we won't. Although we're staying light until about 8 o'clock now, which is great. It's almost midsummer. Reese has 2, Guest has 81. A couple of wickets for Luke Proctor, 1 each for Liam Guthrie and Justin Broad. And we'll be back as soon as there is signs of life from the pavilion. At the moment, players are in there, umpires are in there, the only people out in the middle are the foreground staff. And they're all in their shorts and they're loving life. And we'll be back in due course.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! chasing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! chasing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
We're in the entertainment business, and the 10 people who stayed need to be entertained. So we're going to see potentially 21 overs and 4 balls. We've lost 27, only 27, which is remarkable because we seem to have been off for about 4 days. Derbyshire are going to resume on 210 for 4. Lewis Rees on 2, Brooke Guest on 81, and we've got 4 balls of a Dom Leach over still to go.
And the umps are already having a chat.
Is it raining?
No, I don't think so.
The lights are on. It's gloomy. It's miserable. I'm glad I'm behind glass.
Yes. Nice touch by Derbyshire, though, to allow all spectators to go into the members' pavilion. Yes, they did when it was raining.
There isn't a lot of cover. There isn't a lot of shelter. And obviously trying to persuade them to buy alcohol.
Well, you do feel that Northamptonshire are probably happier to be back on than probably Derbyshire are.
Guest faces the first delivery after the lengthy break and hits it for 4 out towards the cover boundary. Neil Godrich runs to claim the ball from the covers. Oh, that's a poor throw. That is a poor throw from Neil, but
could have put George Bartlett out for the season.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere. 214 for 4. Guest on to 85. There's been a number of David Griffin stats. If you don't follow him, you should. But I shall endeavour to get you a flavour of them over the course of this over. The 169 for the 4th wicket between Madsen and Guest. I like this one. It's the 4th highest. It's the highest 4th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Northants here at Derby. As Leach comes in and Guest leaves alone. Breaking the old record of 161 set by Levi Wright and Bertie Lawton in 1907.
We mentioned him earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, he's had a mention. Wayne Madsen's now scored 5,568 first-class runs for Derbyshire at Derby. The top 3 are Levi Wright with 5,620. Wayne Madsen has overtaken him, and he's a mere 2,500 behind Kim Barnett. That comes off the edge of Brooke Guest's bat and is nicely fielded there by Harrison. He's going to be number 2 behind pretty much Kim Barnett for every record that Derbyshire have. 25,000 all-format career runs for Wayne Madsen today. Not today, but that's what he passed. 22,596 have been for Derbyshire. It's just madness. Anyway, final ball of the Leach over. He's into bowl 2 Guest. He just turns it. See, he can count to 4 as well. Takes the first run quickly and steals the strike. And he moves on to 86 with a single down to backward square leg. 215 for 4 at the end of the over. 21 left in the day now, which is probably about an hour and a half.
Yes.
So that's 10 past 7.
Unless we get a bit of Calvin Harrison, but that rather depends, I suspect, what happens in the next
Yes.
3 or 4 overs from the seamers. And that is assuming, and I just looked at the radar again, not necessarily clear of the rain yet, so we'll see. Well, if there's things falling off the shelves this evening or indeed overnight in the Derbyshire dressing room, then it's obviously the ghost of Levi Wright, who's most disgruntled at having lost one of his records and having had Madsen go past him another.
I must ask Griff where the pitch would have been when Levi Wright was playing, because it wasn't here, I don't think, necessarily.
Here's Liam Guthrie, left arm over the wicket, and bowls to Guest, who turns that away through mid-wicket, certainly for 1. They thought about 2, but James sails quickly to the ball from the boundary, and they settle for 1. Guest goes to 87. Australian's devil number. 216 for 4. Came off at 210 for 4 at about 3 o'clock. And as Fletcher was saying, I'm surprised that we only lost 27 overs. And it's always to be applauded if they try and play as much cricket as they can. But unfortunately, as David was saying, there's hardly anybody in the ground now. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, I reckon, in the permanent 7 in the permanent temporary stand.
Well, that's 17 that we can see then.
Here's Guthrie in and bowls to the left-handed Rees, who pushes it out into the covers for safe Zabe to field, and there's no run.
It is free if you want to come down for the last 21 overs, incidentally. I mean, I'd wrap up warm,
Yes,
bring a brolly.
a few layers might not go amiss. Luke Proctor just limbering up, so presumably he might have a bowl from the far end, the city end. 2 slips and a gully in place. Guthrie running away from us. Commentary position in the media centre. And cut away by Rees, but can't get it past Sales at point. And there's no run. I mean, we're doing well to get back on because a number of matches
There's a lot of stumps in there.
have gone for the day. I think they probably have rather heavier rain than we've had here. Off a bad light now at Chesterley Street in Division 1, Yorkshire 295 for 8. Up there, James Wharton made 69, George Hill 64.
Somebody once told me they had the best floodlights in the country.
Here's Guthrie in again, and Rees lets that go outside the off stump. Don Bess is 57, not out, but they are off for bad light there. Well, I can't think he would have told you that. Essex against Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Essex all out for 179. Worcestershire 53 for 4, so they steered clear of the weather being right over in the east of the country, but that game has progressed.
They're going to waste the weather on Sunday and Monday.
Absolutely. So,
Hang on, the umpires are
they're having a word.
here. What is going on? Is it raining again?
Well, let's have a little look. We've found the way of looking. Well, if it is, it's incredibly light. Just looking at the bottom of the scoreboard, and
Am I
they're
going
off.
off?
So we've had not a great deal of cricket. About 48.4 now.
8 balls.
8 balls we've had. And off we go. I can only assume it can't be light because the floodlights are on. So I can only assume it must be rain. Nobody seems in any massive hurry. It's not as though they're sprinting for cover. But the umps are still out there just making notes, and Safe Zabe is out there as well with the match ball. The players are in very leisurely manner walking off. The ground staff down to our right.
Bad light.
Bad light it is. Interesting. That surprises me.
Doesn't seem any darker now
No.
than when they came on.
The lights are on, and there doesn't. I mean, there's not a great. It's not as though they're casting long shadows, but
No.
anyway, the umps are out in the middle. We're not. But that's a bit of a surprise. 216 for 4 it is. Guest is 87. Rees is 2. So the players heading off the field for bad light. I'll run through the rest of the scores just while they're leaving the field, and then we'll see where we are. Very little cricket down at Southampton today, where Somerset 94 for 6 against Hampshire. Somerset being captained by James Rue, as we mentioned, Somerset's youngest captain, and he celebrated it by getting out for a duck. He was out for naught. Casey Aldridge also out for naught. The only innings of any note, Tom Lammonby 36, but hard work for Somerset in the cricket that was played. At Hove, Sussex 226 for 2 against Surrey, with Tom Haynes 89 not out, Tom Alsop 38 not out. At Edgbaston, where they've also had a lot of rain today, in fact they've only had 9 overs and 2 balls. Warwickshire 34 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton picked up both those wickets for Notts early on. That's they're off there for the day. In Division 2 at Canterbury, and again being over in the east of the country, they've escaped the rain. Gloucestershire 308 for 5. Cameron Green out for 100, and in making his 100th run, he pulled up and had to retire hurt. James Bracey is 80 not out there, and that was after Kent had made a very strong start. Gloucestershire were in spot of bother early on at 15 for 2, 41 for 3, so that's a serious recovery from Gloucestershire. At Old Trafford, where again they've had very little cricket today and they are off there, 61 for 3 Lancashire, with a couple of early wickets for Ian Holland. And at Lord's, Glamorgan all out for 199 against Middlesex, who were 25 for no wicket in reply in that Glamorgan innings. Let's see who got the wickets. Dane Patterson couple, Toby Rowland Jones 3, Ryan Higgins 2, Zafar Gohar 2, so shared around. And the only innings of any note there for Glamorgan, Ben Kellaway, who made 54. So that just about brings you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. Here, ground staff are out in the middle. Players have retreated to the pavilion. We do have confirmation that it was bad light that they came off for rather than rain, although I don't know, I just sense there's a bit of dampness in the air maybe, but the covers are not on anyway. So we shall take a break after a really strenuous afternoon that we've had, commentating on 8 balls. And of course, as soon as there is anything to tell you...
The good news is, Andrew, we did 4 each.
That's true, yes, well... That's helpful when it comes to allocating the payments at the end of the match. Anyway, talent money. But we will keep an eye on it. Of course, we should be here until we get a decision one way or t'other. There's still 20 overs to go, approx. So there is still a possibility that we may get back on. I do think that probably Derbyshire would, at this stage, be quite happy to call it a day and come back tomorrow, because if Northamptonshire in different light were able to nip a couple out this evening, then they've got themselves right back, not a question of being right back in the game, but probably just about on top. But anyway, we shall see if we get any more cricket. For now, from Fletcher and myself, stay tuned. We will keep a watching brief, and if there's anything to tell you, we'll tell you. Straight back past Proctor, who
as Guthrie begins a new over, and that's off on edge down to third man. He drove at it. The bat was a bit away from his body there, Caleb Jewell, but he has picked up 4 runs.
Cap later in the game, driven handsomely by Lloyd through cover for 4. It's a long half volley from Luke Proctor and punished by David Lloyd, who goes into double figures, 10 to him off.
As Guthrie's next delivery is driven for 4 by Caleb Jewell. That's a bit more like Caleb Jewell. Out towards the cover boundary.
496 is Proctor in bowls and hits Lloyd on the pad. Appeal for LBW out, says umpire Lewis. Proctor, who, as I say, has only picked up 1 wicket in the first 2 games before that. 3rd year with the club. Forward, edged and caught at third slip. So Proctor gets his 2nd wicket. Came edging low into the slip cordon. No mistake made. Saying about Northamptonshire's.
He's on his way in again. Oh, that one beats him. Has he got a nick? I think he has, you know. He's got a little feather through to the keeper. He swishes his bat over the top of the stumps, and Caleb Jewell goes now. And Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. Northamptonshire well on top. Guthrie bowls to him, and he's flicked this one away. Might get 4 runs first ball here. He will get 4 runs first ball, as it was slightly misdirected.
In and bowls to Madsen, drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. Mid-off is fairly wide, and once it had beaten the boot of Proctor, who's
on his way in the bowl to Madsen. Oh, that wasn't far away from the man at leg slip. It would have been some kind of catch from Calvin Harrison, because that was hit quite hard by Wayne Madsen. The ball going.
Prophecies were correct. His broad in bowls and punched away off the back foot for 4 by Brooke Guest. Nicely played, stood tall, good balance, cracked it away past Leach in, and that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Brooke Guest, and that will run away for 4 runs. Well deserved, lovely shot. Down below us, short ball pulled away by Wayne Madsen, and that has split the 2 fielders on the leg side and run away for 4. Broad in again, bowl short, cut away by Madsen, and that will be 4. I think I say that, yes, yeah. It is. James Sales giving chase. Harrison in again. Sweep from Guest, and a good sweep, and it's going to be 4 runs. There was a man back, safe save. He didn't have that far to go, but Guest really did hit that hard. Really?
As a football team, yeah. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Madsen, and he's got it past the man at backward point.
Some stroke, drives it straight back past Proctor, who,
as Guthrie begins a new over, and that's off on edge down to third man. He drove at it. The bat was a bit away from his body there, Caleb Jewell, but he has picked up 4 runs.
Cap later in the game, driven handsomely by Lloyd through cover for 4. It's a long half volley from Luke Proctor and punished by David Lloyd, who goes into double figures, 10 to him off.
As Guthrie's next delivery is driven for 4 by Caleb Jewell. That's a bit more like Caleb Jewell. Out towards the cover boundary.
496 is Proctor in bowls and hits Lloyd on the pad. Appeal for LBW out, says umpire Lewis. Proctor, who, as I say, has only picked up 1 wicket in the first 2 games before that. 3rd year with the club. Forward, edged and caught at third slip. So Proctor gets his 2nd wicket. Came edging low into the slip cordon. No mistake made. Saying about Northamptonshires.
He's on his way in again. Oh, that one beats him. Has he got a nick? I think he has, you know. He's got a little feather through to the keeper. He swishes his bat over the top of the stumps, and Caleb Jewell goes now. And Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. Northamptonshire well on top. Guthrie bowls to him, and he's flicked this one away. Might get 4 runs first ball here. He will get 4 runs first ball, as it was slightly misdirected.
In and bowls to Madsen, drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. Mid-off is fairly wide, and once it had beaten the boot of Proctor, who's
on his way in the bowl to Madsen. Oh, that wasn't far away from the man at leg slip. It would have been some kind of catch from Calvin Harrison, because that was hit quite hard by Wayne Madsen. The ball going.
Prophecies were correct. His broad in bowls and punched away off the back foot for 4 by Brooke Guest. Nicely played, stood tall, good balance, cracked it away past Leach in, and that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Brooke Guest, and that will run away for 4 runs. Well deserved, lovely shot. Down below us, short ball pulled away by Wayne Madsen, and that has split the two fielders on the leg side and run away for 4. Broad in again, bowled short, cut away by Madsen, and that will be 4. I think I say that, yes, it is. James Sales giving chase. Harrison in again, sweep from Guest, and a good sweep, and it's going to be 4 runs. There was a man back, safe save. He didn't have that far to go, but Guest really did hit that hard. Really?
As a football team, yeah. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Madsen, and he's got it past the man at backward point, George Bartlett. He runs away and leaches into bowl to the Derbyshire skipper, who turns it into the leg side.
goodness me!